Yes. Yes. All right, good morning, everyone. Before we do get started, if you haven't had a chance, the 3D printer is kind of sitting still right now. We're trying to avoid that at all costs. So if one of you would like to come up and begin, it is pretty self-explanatory, but I will walk you through it. Don't all run up here at the same time. Yes, ma'am. All right, so the goal today is to keep this 3D printer running at all times. So when you get up here, it is not touch screen. That's the one thing that I do remind you of. It is something where you're twisting a knob and clicking on it. A few things that we do want to make you aware of whenever you do get your 3D printer and you are going to assemble it, make sure that you do an inventory of it. If you have any issues, let us know and we will definitely help you guys out. I wanted to make a few notes from yesterday or make you guys aware of a couple of things. One of those things is we did change some of the timers yesterday from having music or adding music back to it. Some of you have made notes on videos and told us that there needs to be adjustments. That takes a little bit longer turnaround, so we will be working on that. But we have changed, there were a few little just small minor things that needed to be changed as far as timers and words. We are looking at how to rewrite that question, and that is the one thing that I did not get to. But even as you guys are thinking about this pilot program and where we are going, we're going to make you aware of a few things today in your resources file in Kit 3. So I want to bring your attention to that. Go ahead and take a moment. You will need to make a copy of your Kit 3 student digital notebook because we will be referring to that today. Also, moving forward, the printed version of your presentation, the timer is going to look a little different because this is the timer with the siren that we decided against, and instead the timer is now with music, so you will be able to see that. But as you guys are going through, we want you to brainstorm. We want you to think. In your Kit 3 resources file, you will see something that says Phase 1 logbook. This is going to give you, we'll talk about this a little bit more at the end of the day, but we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to kind of log these things as you're actually teaching it. So I do want to bring that to your attention. Also, I would like to make a real quick note for our online guest, and this might be something, Ms. Kelly, that you'll need to type in as well. But yesterday there were some questions about the 3D printer teacher's instruction, and it was in the resource file, but the problem was it was in my personal resource file because I have a second copy of it. I moved that over first thing this morning, so I am so terribly sorry to whomever was looking for that, but it has been moved. And it is available for you. So that way, while you guys are kind of going through, you'll be able to see that. And we'll talk more about the printer in a minute. But other than that, we want you guys to dream. As you guys are even talking about some of these different ideas, there were mentions of Rube Goldberg machines this morning and, you know, different scenarios of how we could teach things. We want this to be a high quality program, so please brainstorm, because when you say things like that, I start thinking of things like, it'd be really cool if we could do some kind of online breakout room, you know, what was the accident and those kinds of things. Can you figure it out? So you giving us ideas helps spur our own thought process. So brainstorm, brainstorm, brainstorm. All right, well, I'm going to pass it over to Miss Robin, and she's going to start our Friday off right.
Well, welcome back. We're excited. It's Friday. And we've heard some really, really great ideas and comments from y'all this morning, so we appreciate that. So with that said, guess what today is? It's pop quiz time. Oh, come on. I know you do it to your kids. We have to do it to you. Here we go. Oh. All right, question number 1. Name our 7 sponsors for this pilot program. All right, raise your hands, raise your hands. Yes, ma'am. Well, here, hold on one second. I'm going to hold it over here.
Airbus, the state of Alabama, Alabama Power, Mott MacDonald, Amazon Web Services, Snap-on Tools. Oh, I'm missing one because I only have 6. Oh, FlightWorks.
Let's see if she's correct, Miss LaCroix. She's having some technical difficulties over here. Let's see if she is correct. FlightWorks Alabama, State of Alabama, Airbus, Alabama Power Foundation, Amazon Web Services, Mott McDonald, and here in the room, well, maybe not. Okay, Snap-on Tools. He was here just a second ago. Yeah, why don't you? We brought the good chocolate today.
All chocolate is
All right, pop quiz question number 2. How many Amazon leadership principles are there?
Wait, I'm coming. I've got it down pat now.
Don't ask me to name them, but you said there were 17.
Is there 17?
Not 17. You have it in your binder.
It's right inside your cover.
14?
There you go. 14 is the answer. You get some chocolate. So close, Kurt. So close. Number 3, when we drop nuts and bolts and pencils on the floor, they are now considered what?
FOD.
Very good. For a bonus piece of chocolate, what does FOD stand for in this program?
Field of debris, free foreign objects,
Debris. All right, foreign object debris. All right, next question. Your classroom has now transformed into what's the center? What's the name of the? I didn't say the whole thing. I think we have the answer back there in the back.
oh wait, I think I got it wrong. Central Center of Intervention.
You're so close. You're so close. Come on.
Culture. Invention and intervention.
Center of Inspiration. That is so close, and that is so true. So true. All right. It is the Center of Invention and Innovation. Excellent.
Tried to help.
All right, according to Sarah,
Oh, perfect.
all pilot program teachers are which workplace champion? I think it was right there in the red.
Daredevils.
All right, according to Sarah, you are all daredevils.
Miss Kelly is also doing virtual chocolate online for anyone who wants to be answering.
Very good. Virtual chocolates. Go, Kelly. What website do you visit or go to create a talking avatar? Miss Bonnie? Or right?
Vokey.
That's correct.
Vokey. Correct.
You guys some good variety. That's right.
All right, next question. What is the method by which information is converted into a secret code? How about right up here? How about this lady in the front?
Encryption.
Encryption is correct.
All right, next question. Which tool have we introduced you to that you could use to measure thousandths of an inch?
Dial caliper.
There you go, the caliper. All right, the next two, everyone can participate as a group. And it's yes, no, or maybe, and you can use your thumbs.
We're reaching consensus here.
That's right, this is a consensus question. Are you excited to now be part of the We Build It Better family? Wow, okay. Very good. All thumbs up here. What do you have online, Kelly? 20 seconds delayed, so hopefully in 20 seconds we'll get the, excellent. All right, and the last yes, no, or maybe. Are you excited today is Friday? Yeah, I think we get like lots of thumbs up. So. All right, so today we're going to start with Kit 3, Lesson 1. Title of this is Invent and Simplify. We're probably going to do the same thing as we did yesterday of giving all the background as homework again, so we can go ahead and do some really cool hands-on activities today within our Center of Invention and Innovation. But just kind of summarizing this, you're going to use the design process to not only design, but to redesign prototypes after you have tested them. And you're going to be practicing those leadership skills today in design challenges. So we have a busy day. We're going to go ahead and start it off and hand out some items to you. And then Sarah's going to introduce all this curriculum. And I think you have your notebooks already open. You have your binders in front of you. And I think we're ready to go. We like our online teachers. Excellent.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and get started. Sorry about that little bit of dead time. All right, so as a reminder, now today is, this is a little bit of a different kit because this is really getting into your product design process and the fabrication of things. This is a 3D printer kind of a day, and we're going to talk to you about what you'll be 3D printing, but there's a lot more than just 3D printing going on in this kit. So we're really excited about it. As a reminder, your first slide does have all of those hyperlinks. You might also want to orient your students to the table of contents in their student digital notebook at the very beginning. They can click on those in order to access a page quickly. All right. Now today's lesson is, there are two different storylines that are going on in this kit. So I want to kind of give you an overview. The very first one is getting them, they've been doing a lot of hands-on, they're doing a lot of team building activities, and you're going to see that kind of consistently as we go throughout the remaining kits, which for you guys it'll just be Kit 3. But we're going to be talking about invent and simplify. If you look at your Amazon leadership principles, that is one of the Amazon leadership principles, invent and simplify. And this is something that is really unique. There are a lot of TED Talks and different information available for you. But a lot of the invent and simplify, as we were looking for supporting content, it is adult oriented, meaning that it's just technical terminology. It's not geared for middle schools. And I was like, because who's teaching this in a middle school level? The answer is all of you guys. So what we decided to do is change the way that we're looking at it. So whenever you are applying for a leadership position at Amazon, it is my understanding that you're going to have if you were to have an invention, then you work on simplifying that invention. Why would you want to simplify it? It's because if you can simplify something, it's typically less materials, it's not as complicated to design, it's easier to manufacture, and it's more user-friendly. So for those reasons, you have an invention, but can you simplify it? And in order to teach this to middle school students, we decided that an activity would be necessary, and we all love activities, right? So on this Friday morning, we are going to begin. I'm going to kind of get into this. At the beginning of the kits, we did want to remind students of the safety guidelines, but we did not want to dedicate an entire lesson to safety every kit, right? So we have put them in your digital notebook for the students to access. Something else that I don't think that we've pointed out, there's also a glossary of all of your key terms at the end of every digital notebook. So they can hyperlink and see that. It is also available for you in your resources file. So just some information that I want to make sure that we cover today. But what we have decided is moving forward, we are really going to look at the safety guidelines as being kind of a consistent option, so you can have the students refer to that as needed. We've talked about creating an appendix in the student digital notebook that would hold the glossary, as well as safety guidelines and the product design process. So that way students could kind of refer to that as needed, or you could direct your students to that as needed. We're also looking at having these available for posters in the classroom. So that way if you wanted to post product design process, general safety guidelines and whatnot, then you can make that happen as well. So those are just some of the things that are kind of in the backs of our minds. So give us feedback on that for sure. But for your bell ringer question, instead of going into a lot of detail, let's just see if they can think of 3 important safety guidelines. This also gives a chance for you to reinforce these in your class. All right, so you will be working in teams of 4 today, and well, your students would be. You guys are going to stay in your teams of 3 and a rocking team of 2 up here. So you guys, I think, will do just fine. I'm not worried about you guys at all. All right, we are going to begin with something called the Supreme Sanitation Station. Now, I am making you aware that we are wanting this to be relevant to the students, and so obviously right now everybody's thinking all about sanitizing. There is a possibility that this might change. This is simply a twist on an index tower challenge that you might have already done in your classroom. It's a pretty traditional engineering design challenge. So you might be familiar with this, but we want to kind of keep the storyline, as far as we're concerned, something that is interesting for the students. So this might have a different story, but it's still the same task. So in your instructor's manual, it tells you to explain, because of the pandemic, sanitizing and disinfecting surfaces are important for our health and safety. The UV light is one option that is being used to sanitize objects like cell phones, keys, etc. Another option being explored is using UV lights to disinfect people. As scientists find ways to make this safe for humans, there will be a need for structures to hold the light devices. So we're starting off by introducing this Supreme Sanitation Station. You can even tell students, you know how you walk through the TSA security checks at airports? This is similar, kind of the same thought process, that you would walk under this UV light. We're going to talk about criteria and constraints that would go along with this. They're going to have to hold a UV light. It's not an actual light. It's actually the blue box that we used for the caliper measurements yesterday. Your criteria is that you must have an opening in this tower that is at least 7 inches tall and 3 inches wide. This is going to be a scale model. You must support the weight of the UV disinfection device to be placed at the top of the tower, and this is going to represent what the weight would be, so it's fairly light. It must be freestanding. And then your constraints, which are your limitations, you can only use up to 30 index cards. You can use up to 2 feet of tape. So we are going to ask that you use your biomeasurement, and you can actually look at the length of your forearm if you want to do that, or the length of your foot, because I don't think we have the plastic rulers out. But you can use up to 2 feet of tape. And you can only use those 2 things, the index card and the 2 feet of tape. The weight cannot be part of the design. It is simply supposed to hold the weight at the top. Before you begin building, you and your group will have 4 minutes. Hey, Robin, can you refresh this page, because this is the wrong timer? I must have pulled it up yesterday. Nope. Okay, I'll look at doing this. I'm going to give you guys 4 minutes to brainstorm your ideas of what your tower is going to look like. Remember, it has to hold the weight of this, and you can only use your tape and your index cards. So don't touch those things yet. You have 4 minutes to, maybe even a little bit longer, to kind of brainstorm with your teammates about how you will build this tower. Go. You will send one person from each of your teams to the front to collect a tape measure. So if every team can send one participant to the front. and gentlemen, the time has ended. You will have 8 minutes. A few reminders. It does have to have an opening that is 7 inches tall and 3 inches wide. So you are going to use your index cards and your 2 feet of painter's tape. Miss Robin was so kind to go ahead and give you a tape measure because, of course, we want to be both precise and accurate. We are going to, actually, can I have your attention real quick? Some of you guys are like, I've got the idea, let me start. For your classroom, these little blue boxes, we've given you 2 ways, and we want your feedback specifically for this. You can either give it to the teams so they can test as they go, or you give none of them to the teams, and then the teacher comes around and does an official testing at the end. So you have that choice, and we want to know which one you recommend and why. Okay, so I'm going to start the timer for 8 minutes.
a prototype for the other types that he and I are building.
So y'all gotta each make 4 of these. If you make 4 of these, then we can stack them on top of each other and tape. And that's gonna give you enough stability on the bottom and enough height. Then we're gonna go with these, we're gonna fold them in thirds across, which is 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch. 3 of these will go across here.
I've got a prototype, and I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna build 3, and he's gonna build. But we're doing 4 high, so I'm doing 4 on one side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so you have it kind of like this, one there, and one there. And then you could even go on top like that.
So the online teachers could only hear the music and they couldn't hear anything that was going on in this group. So yeah, your trade secrets are definitely yours. They did not hear any of those.
So if we're folding on the lines, we're gonna have exactly the same going up each side of the wall, and then she's working on a top roof for our support structure. Roof or roof, whichever you say. All right, so we got 1. All right, Bonnie, are we going to overlap these to give it more strength, or are we
Really
going to?
want to go on the inside of it.
On the
so
inside
that
of it.
gravity won't push.
Over the edge.
Right, the gravity won't cause it to slide down.
All right.
Now, before y'all start taping anything, I've divided your tape in half so that we have an equal amount on both sides. You need to split that based on how many brackets you're going to have to tape together. So think that ahead of time.
Correct? Are we going 4?
Yes.
All right, so I've got 3 built, so I need 1 more.
3 minutes and 26 seconds.
All right,
good,
we're
we're
good.
good.
No panics here. We're gonna be great. All right, here we go. I'm building the sides. We've split the workload between the 3 of us so that 2 are working on the sides, 1 is working on the roof.
Yes, just as a reminder, teams, you have less than 3 minutes to complete your design.
All right, we got this. Thank time management. We're okay. We're. Oh, I love Rhonda. She is awesome. She must be an excellent teacher.
And the reason we choose this group is the camera can pan right down on them. Rhonda is from Oregon. We wish you were here with us, Rhonda.
Go Ducks.
I need
Okay.
some thumbs. I need
Thumb.
some thumbs.
Okay.
I've got some problems here.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, originally, we were thinking along the lines of placing it here.
Correct.
The problem is, how do you attach it? So we can't. There's no feasible way to attach this. So, but if we threw it upside down and then put one across.
We don't even need to put put one across, if you throw it down and fold down and tape, you've got your base.
All right, guys, 2 minutes remaining.
I mean, it's
Can you
strictly
live
up to
with that?
Yeah.
I can live with that, yes. Okay, awesome. So now we're going on the inside with my tape, so I've got to get busy, otherwise Bonnie's going to be disappointed in me. All right, here we go. All right. And this is all the tape that we're allowed, so I've got to be very, very careful.
Okay.
All right,
tape
Ben,
'em.
we're going inside on,
Tape 'em
on,
to the inside, just barely inside, but tape them.
on the outside. Outside, but so that the flap doesn't go over the edge. Is that correct, Bonnie? Like this?
Right.
Okay, so it's like lay it flat on there, and then I guess I could always half of that one, and then when I get it there, I can, boom. All right, that's one.
I see their hands shaking a little bit. I think they're getting nervous.
That's just.
All
Oh.
right, guys, let's do it.
Okay. I'm coming, Mama. Here we come. All right, there's some more tape.
All right. Okay, guys.
Less than 1 minute remaining.
What do you mean? What do we?
Y'all should have divided your tape up, but keep going.
Keep going.
Just keep going. If you had divided your tape up before you started putting it on there, you wouldn't risk running out at the end.
I'm not gonna run out.
Okay.
I got this.
You got 37 seconds, so let's go.
Oh my gosh! Oh, now I'm stressing. All right. Okay, wait, there's a gap there.
We have a little stress in Alabama.
All right, I'm going, but this one had a gap, so I have to go back in
I'm not
quality.
worried about quality.
Oh,
There ain't
nope.
gonna be one if you don't hurry.
Okay, you got it. Okay. I'm on the next one.
The pressure's building.
10
10 seconds.
Where did the 3 minutes go? It was like 3 minutes. Just a second.
One.
I don't.
Time.
Time?
Time.
How can it be time?
It's not possible.
Oregon is going to be so disappointed. I mean, but look, my money.
They had confidence too.
All right.
But you're missing.
Double check and make sure that you have an opening that is 7 inches tall and 3 inches wide.
7 inches.
Okay, this time is not gonna work
No.
for the kids.
No, that's, no.
All right, Sarah, they're voting on more time for the children.
You want to give them, would you like to give them 2 more minutes, Miss Robin? You want 2 more minutes? 2
All
more
right.
minutes.
They made their, if you made it, you get a piece of chocolate. How's
2
that?
more minutes. I'm on it.
Where's the chocolate bag?
That's right. All the work and only 2 people up here in the front.
Yes.
And so is this gonna still be? No.
Okay. We'll let Sarah decide that one. Oh, y'all put hands back on it. You don't get your chocolate now. Jeez. That's true.
But only 2 minutes, so you got about 1.5 minutes left.
Sarah, we do have one team that finished in the time, so they will be receiving chocolate.
All right. Okay, about 1 minute left. right, guys, we're going to ask for you to come to a stop. Okay, in your student digital notebook, we're going to need you to do some recording. You need to count how many index cards you have. This is very important. Please count the number of index cards you have used. Either way, whichever way you want to do that. If you had extra index cards, but you did use those still count.
So are there like our accommodations for this assignment?
So as we were kind of going around, we have some successes and some failures, but that's okay. We learn that we learn a lot. Failure is a result. We learn how to fail forward here. This is a safe place, right? So it's okay, but we do want you to record the number of index cards that you used, so count those and record them, and then approximately how many inches of tape. So if you would have gotten like a 2-foot section, then count how much is left. If not, just approximate. So we're going to give you a minute to record this information in your digital notebook.
I would do that as how much do you have left? Right. Instead, how much do you use, give me your 2 foot, you have, give 30 index cards. What do you have left?
Well, we need to calculate your total number of All right, so we will give you another opportunity, but before we do, we're going to add a challenge to this. I want you to take a moment and listen to our Betsy videos. I'm going to turn the volume up so that way we make sure that you can hear our Betsy videos.
Invent and simplify. There are loads of different ways to perform a job or a specific task. The key is to constantly be asking yourself, am I doing this the best way? And then coming up with new ideas or methods to achieve it. As a leader, it's going to be your responsibility to pose that question to your team and then solicit their honest feedback. Then, together, the whole team can come up with a solution that works best for everyone while completing the task efficiently and effectively. Also, keep in mind that the best solutions are often the simplest ones. Do you remember learning about fractions in elementary school? It's really hard to visualize and wrap your brain around 8/12. So what do? You simplify it. You break it down into its easiest understandable form, and then suddenly you're left with 2/3. Visualizing somebody eating 2/3 of an entire pizza is a lot easier once you simplify it. In the corporate world, you apply this same concept to problems in business. 2 common expressions to help you remember this principle are to keep it simple and work smarter, not harder.
All right. So with that being said, you are going to take another 4 minutes, and your goal is to reduce, you're going to redo this challenge, but you're going to reduce the number of index cards you have used and the amount of tape. Same challenge, a 7-inch by 3-inch opening, but the goal is, can you reduce the number of index cards and reduce the number of tape? Now, for this challenge, we would recommend that the students can reuse. You do not have to have 2 towers side by side for comparison. So you can disassemble your tower, as difficult or as easy as that might be. And then you can get yourself 2 feet of fresh tape. But remember, you're going to have to record how much tape that you've used and how many index cards you've used at the end. The goal is simply to reduce the number of index cards and tape total. So we're going to give you 4 minutes, so that way you can brainstorm. No building yet. You can disassemble, but no building yet. You may disassemble. Brainstorming time is vital, but remember, no building yet. No building yet. You have to wait. Have to wait on the building. You're disassembling and brainstorming. Disassembling and brainstorming. All right, we have a lot of excited teams that are ready to begin. Hold on to that. Less than 1 minute remaining. Guys, the time is almost here. 10 seconds to finish your brainstorming. Make sure your teammates know their roles. This is a great time. Remember, you might be at a table filled with analysts. That means that you might have to fall back to that second strength. All right, we are giving you 10 minutes. As requested, I have added the 2 minutes. So you will get a total of 10 minutes to build tower number 2. Begin. Build, 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 build.
She didn't mean to. All right. So now we are adding a side, hopefully, of a triangle for strength. A cube. Oh, she's actually made it into a cube. Okay. All right. So we've got a cube. Y'all can see that. All right. And then 8 minutes, Bonnie. 8 minutes. I just didn't want you. I do, and I don't want her stressing. I'm letting her know we got 8 minutes. She can stop shaking. Now. All right, now. It's the same width as the top, so
In here. Now I gotta bring it.
well, you can feel the pressure. Look at y'all. So it's like,
You don't hear her bragging on the other team.
she didn't say anything when she entered our table, so it's fine. We're gonna tape it to the table.
Ground it. It would ground it.
Got a basic triangle off the base. We're down to 7 minutes. Go. We're going to build that. So we're going to take that and we're going to make a triangle at the bottom with the base. See that? There you go. A quick measurement on what? Where's our, do you have the ruler? No, it's over there. Oh, got it. We're taking a measurement. 8 1/4.
Intertwining them, aren't you? Like that.
Okay, no, I just turned here. Took one card, folded it in half. Then I took and folded each side in to create force. And then taped them together to create a cube. So go ahead and tape that together.
Give me a job.
Well,
I've measured. I'm an encourager. Go guys, go. All right, Bonnie, so that looks structurally a lot more sound than what we had earlier. Okay, so if we can get that other side built just like that. All right, Ben, we got 5 minutes, so we said that last time, and we ran out of time.
she is such an I think you need to give up your counseling.
Yeah.
You're not doing too good on the counseling right now.
Look at all the tape we still got. I'm impressed. Let's go, guys, go. Good job, Ben. Keep going.
Alright, so go ahead and grab the next two.
Yeah. Oh, I love Ohio. Did I mention that?
Alright, now we need 2 sheet knuckles. Okay, you're gonna take one piece of tape, tear it in half, and put one piece here, fold it under, same on the other side. All right, we're gonna go to the top. We're gonna take, fold it, no, take it and tear it in half, one on each side. All right, now we'll just tape these over to the side, you'll see.
No, I do. But I love Oregon as well and California. But home is Alabama. Well done. You've always got that one team member that's the cheerleader. Oh no! Oh no! Heart palpitations, we're at 3 minutes, but we still got time to make design changes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One more is 12. That's it. That's perfect.
No, don't take it on table, because that should be disqualified.
Might slide a little if you're adding some friction, but it still works. Alright, let's get this tape.
All right, now let's tape those around the bottoms of each. There you go. Get that tape on. Come on, baby. Easy, easy. Yes. A stronger, but we need a stronger base. We need a stronger base. Okay. But we're out of our limitation on index cards. Come on, baby. Oh, all right. Somebody else. Stable hand. Very well done. Oh, well done. If you whoop. Okay. 1 minute, 30 seconds. We can do this. Come on. All right, it is week right here. Let's get that tape. Do we have any more tape? Can we get that side taped down? All right, let's give it a try. Stay. I think if we talk to it.
No, it's...
There, wait, don't move. Look at there. Now, if no breeze is in the room. No. He does not even breathe on through. So no. Okay. But we had too many cards if we win anything else. Pardon? 12. How many were y'all in? 11. Excellent. And it's a circular. I love the different faces. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye, Oregon, Ohio, and California.
All of them. Yes, all of the above. Oh, I need to change my mind. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time is up. It looks like 10 minutes is the magic. I will also take a moment to point out that when you simplify a design, you shouldn't need quite as much time because you don't have as many materials to work with, right? So that's another benefit of simplification. If we simplify, then you might not have you might not need as much time, but you do have a full 10 minutes. We did go ahead and make that adjustment really quick. Miss Robin, do we have the wide shot? Okay, excellent. So anybody happier with their second product more so than what they were with their first? Okay, so we see a lot of hands up that it's pretty close. What we would like for you to do, and I will make this adjustment, we had this as number of index cards. Originally, we had amount of tape. We have changed that specifically to inches of tape. So I will make sure, Ms. Robin, can you make me a note to make sure I go back to slide 17 and fix that? And then you were ranking this as a success or a failure. So on design B, we would like for you to record the number of index cards used, the amount or inches in tape, and then if it was a success or a failure. This is all in your digital notebook. Yes. Yes, will you add that as well, Robin? Add the word used at the end. And one of the things that, as you're even making that suggestion, Amanda, one of the things that they are to do in their digital notebook, it asks them to calculate the total amount of material used. What we want, let me explain what we want. We want them to add the number of index cards to the number of inches of tape that they used. And then maybe we need to create a column in between these two so they could total that. So even as I'm saying that, I think that this might need just a little bit of rework. But what we want them to do is calculate the percent saved. So in the digital notebook, as it stands right now, there are a series of questions underneath this table. And it tells you how to calculate your material total. Okay, so we know this is, we just want to show them that, hey, you're actually saving a certain percentage. So what we will do, I'm going to flip over to my notebook real quick because I don't have it pulled up. Sure, so this could be something that we could do. I'm struggling, Ms. Robin. All right, what we could do is also make this something that they would calculate. Yes? We are adding both of those together. So let's go through this step by step to make sure that this does make sense. On number 1, you're adding the number of index cards to the number of inches of tape used. So you're adding those two things together. So if you used 30 index cards and 22 inches of tape, you'd add those two things together. For number 2 on design B, you're adding the number of index cards to the number of inches of tape used in design B. And then have them divide this out. You can access a calculator on your laptop if you would like. Or for you guys on your phones. And that's going to give you a decimal, and then don't forget, of course, you want to multiply that by 100 to get your percentage. And this just gives you an idea if you were going to actually take this and take it to a board of directors or maybe someone that is, maybe you want to patent it or any of those ideas, you would want to say originally this design, right, had this number of index cards, but we saved this percentage once we went back and implemented an invent and simplify rule. Because once someone simplifies something, it's less materials, which is less cost, and less amount of time necessary to build the product. One of you were talking earlier, actually Kurt was talking earlier about how it's keep it simple smarty, right? Because we know there's a lot of different things that you can use at the end. Typically I say keep it simple sweetie, but the last smart, that smarty statement is a lot of times it's all about our most intelligent students overcomplicate things. So, okay, I got all kinds of weird looks going on in the room and people are waving and all that kinds of things. Give me feedback immediately. What's going on? Mm-hmm. Yes, that is, okay, so let me repeat all of that for the people online. When you do that division, that tells you what the new value is, I guess the new value that exists. In order to figure out how much has been saved, you need to subtract that from 100. Yes. Yes, maybe you could even say that it's percentage used versus percentage saved. But let's just go ahead because we do want to focus on how much they are saving. So, Ms. Robin, I hate to say this, but add it to the list. And we'll make that correction. So whenever you do see this for your digital notebook, when you give this to your kids, there will be an additional step there. That's excellent. Thank you guys for checking that for me. Okay. It threw me from where we were talking about. Keep it simple, smarty, because your intelligent kids, and we see this a lot of times in the extracurriculars, your students want to overcomplicate things. And I've seen this 1,000 times in robotics. My smart kids have the hardest time of keeping it simple. So you want to challenge them to, yes, invent, but also to simplify. Okay. The reflection questions here asks things that hopefully your students would be able to answer. How is this beneficial for a manufacturer? Less materials, less time. And how is invent and simplify, how does this apply to you as inventors and innovators in the center of invention and innovation? That's because in Kit 7, you're going to want to repeat the phrase invent and simplify over and over again. Keep it simple. It doesn't have to be something incredibly complex because there's so much room for error. That's another thing. There's so many, if something goes wrong in a very complex design, then you have to go through and check a series of things, right? Versus if it's a simple design, you don't have as much to troubleshoot. Okay, this ends lesson 1. So this is kind of how we start off Kit 3. But with that being said, that is one storyline. This next storyline is very important with lesson 2. This storyline will carry through the remaining part of Kit 3. So I'm going to turn this over to Miss Robin and let her explain.
Good morning, class. I'd like to introduce you to someone very, very important. This is Miss Michelle. She is our career tech teacher here at our Center of Invention and Innovation. Good morning, Mrs. Michelle.
Good morning. Guys, just excuse me for a second. I have to vent a little bit. I am so frustrated. My last class had 28 students in it. And they come in, they put all their backpacks in the back of the room, which drives me nuts anyway. It's just a pile of backpacks. Then, class is over, they leave, and sure enough, 1, if not 3 or 4, always forget to take their backpacks with them. Well, I don't know whose backpack is whose, so I don't want to plunder through their stuff. We've got to figure out a better way to do this.
Well, Michelle, we feel your pain in this class. Look right over here at Kurt. He's already told me watch out for all the FOD over here on the ground with his backpack.
Kurt, come on, man. What I think we need to do is have some way to have their names on their backpacks, to have something, maybe like a luggage tag or something that has a really sturdy fastener on it, so then I can see their names on it, and it really needs to be big enough and legible because you all know they can't write.
Exactly. So not only do they have to be big enough, they're going to have to be tough enough because, Michelle, we're not going to come up with something that's not going to last for the whole entire school year.
Right. Well, I'm going to go back to my office and look on Amazon and try to find a solution that I can afford so that all my students can have something to identify their backpacks.
Okay. Can I make a suggestion? We like Amazon. They're a sponsor. But you know what? You see all my students right here in this class? They've already used Precision Instruments. They're already inventors. Look what they've done. Innovators. Look what they have done. I think these kids can do this. I think they can design the luggage tag that you need to make your life simple.
That would be amazing.
Do you think y'all can do it to make Miss Michelle happy? All right, let's go. Now it launches into 3D printing. And so it's going to take you through the product design process. It's going to take you through the very end of a product. And so what you're going to be looking at now is designing. You're going to get into, instead of using one-dimensional to two-dimensional, now you're going to start going into 3D. And then you're going to learn how to design. You're going to print. We have some fun little things that we're not going to say what the fun little things are.
No, we're not.
And,
Surprise.
And so you're going to go all the way through the end of the life cycle of a product. And you're going to learn so much now the rest of the day. And you literally are going to be inventors, and you're going to follow your product all the way to the very end, literally. And that's it.
All
There you
right,
go.
so that kind of sets up, I'm going to back up just a little bit here to get you guys into this lesson. Whenever your students come in, if you encountered a problem, what are some steps you can take to solve it? This is in the teacher background, the product design process, and description of what those steps mean. Your students will eventually see this in their digital notebook. We don't give it to them quite yet, but I did want to make you aware that that's something that you can find in your teacher background. When you get to your toolbox meeting, you will have all of these objectives, of course, but we are looking to solve a real-world problem. There are two very interesting key terms. They are agile and waterfall. These two key terms are used frequently in manufacturing, okay? So agile is not yoga, and waterfall is not... Right, right, exactly. So it's not, not either pouring your drink into your mouth or going up and seeing Niagara, neither of those. So we're going to be talking about those. If you have a word wall, this is a great time to stick those up there, just a reminder. But when you get into this, we have given you two different options, and I will not even try to take credit for this. This comes from Miss Ann in Tuscaloosa, who came up with this idea. She loved to pull other teachers in her classroom. And so she has actually provided two different scripts, and that is available for you in your teacher background. They're hyperlinked. It's also in your resources file. And in the Before You Start section, it says you have two options. Either if you don't have a teacher nearby or that's not a possibility for you, then you can have a dramatic reading of it. The other option is to invite a teacher in, and there's a script that you can share between the two of you about Miss Michelle's backpack problem. And Miss Michelle from Flyworks, Alabama is actually the one who did come up with this idea, so that is why it is Miss Michelle's backpack problem. All right. From here, after you have introduced this problem, you can tell students, kind of like what Miss Robin did, we're not going to go on Amazon, right? We're going to go, you're the center of invention and innovation, and you need to start practicing that. So we're going to practice it, and we're actually going to use the product design process. Now, we've mentioned it in Kit 1, and we kind of mentioned it in Kit 2, but now we're really going to dive into it in Kit 3. And when we go through these lessons, every lesson is going to talk to you about the product design process. But we want students to realize when you're an inventor, you have to follow some type of process. If only we had a set of actors that replicated what the Wright brothers must have thought about whenever they went through these processes. Turns out we do.
Or we can always say that we built planes the right way. Or we can always say that we built planes the right way.
Wilbur, we also built planes the wrong way.
No, like right. W-R-I-G-H-T.
Okay.
The right way means we had our own process.
Listen, let's trim some of the fat off of our previous process so we don't have to wait 2 years to get another plane into flight. According to the right way, where do we start?
Well, we reflect on our research, old chap. I think I may revisit some of George Cayley's literature to see how we can improve.
I would rather research by bird watching. I watched a crane land with such control across one of those lakes in Indiana. It was so graceful and had such control. I would prefer to research nature.
Yes, the crane. I say, after research, we discuss new findings over another glass of tea.
Okay, that's splendid. But what are we looking for in this research?
Reduction of airflow is dragging us down.
Okay, looking for less drag.
Yes, and then we build the plane.
What kind of process is this? We think, we talk, and then we build?
We build it better.
Let's run some tests first.
But I like building planes.
As do I, Wilbur, but I also like to eat. We just don't have enough money to do both.
Fair enough, fair enough. So we research, we discuss, and then we sketch?
Yes, exactly, we sketch. That's excellent.
Then we build.
How about we build some small models to run through in the wind tunnel?
Okay, we build models, and then we test in the wind tunnel.
And then we make the necessary adjustments, which might take us back to the sketch.
Again?
It's an iterative process.
And so how long do we iterate?
A few times until the test results improve by 20%.
All right, please explain.
Okay, instead of the wind speed traveling at 30 miles per hour, we shoot for 36 miles per hour, which shows a reduction of drag to be 20%.
Magnificent. So we research, we discuss, we sketch, we test, we discuss, we sketch, we test, we discuss, then what?
Then we build.
We build. We build it the right way.
Yes, Wilbert, we build it better.
That ends our Wright Brothers skits, but what a great way to end it. And we do recommend that you, if you have some extra time, which is even funny even as I say it, right? Teachers never have extra time. But let me tell you a few things then about the Wright Brothers. First, they built over 20 planes. They're known for their first plane, but they kept it actually top secret. And they did not tell anybody. It took them 3 years to get their patent. They filed for their patent after they had flown in North Carolina, and I got so intrigued by some of the facts that I found out. So they had a real quick test run right before they actually did whatever, and their elevator dipped into the sand, and it tore in like 2 days before their successful flight. And I can't tell you how many times, like even, and I refer back to building robots because that's something that I've done a lot of. But, you know, when students get so frustrated because they failed on one small thing, that doesn't mean to stop trying, right? Failure is still a result, but you want to fail forward. How can you do it better? As opposed to keep repeating the same process, think about failing forward. And that's exactly what the Wright brothers did. 3 days later or 2 days later, I can't remember which, they go back in December and they fly this successful flyer. The thing that cracked me up is after they had flown it 4 different times, then the wind took it and crashed it into the sand dunes, right? So they didn't even get to take it. The successful flyer does not exist, right? There's like remnants of it, and it's been recreated to be in museums. But the Wright brothers actually went back and then filed for a patent on their broken plane, right? But it was a successful flight, and then they kept going. They kept building more and more planes. They went to air shows, and after about, I think it was around 9 years later, that's when they started actually making a public declaration that we had done it. So it's kind of interesting just to know some of the history behind the Wright brothers. Yes, sir?
They went to air shows to show off their first plane?
Not their first plane. Okay, so the question was they went to air shows to show off their first plane. Their first plane was actually damaged and broken, and so they did not bring it back. But I can't remember which iteration it was, but they showed they were averaging about every 2 years, 2 to 3 years, making a new airplane.
We were already having air shows, though.
That is correct. There were air shows. Now, yes, that was a thing, and actually they were in Europe. So I'm not sure what other things were there. Maybe it was because there was a great race to actually be able to, have a flight. So I'm not sure what other things were there, but that would be great information to find out. So some really cool things about the Wright brothers. But we are going to be doing it not necessarily the right way, right? I think one of the key points to pull out from this is the fact that he wants to build, right? So if you tell your kids to make a luggage tag, they're like, cool, let's do it. Let's do it right now. But let's focus a little bit more on the research and some more on the prototyping, and let's walk them through that process so that way when they get to the end, they have successfully completed the steps of the product design process. Okay, so speaking of the product design process, let me get going here. here we have it. There are 8 steps. Now, we've talked about these a couple of times, but I am going to remind you of what those 8 steps are. We have understand the problem, research the problem, design the product, test, right? Then build and manufacture. Let's talk about these 3 steps for just a second. In the design, you might have a prototype. You test your prototype. For your students, your test is going to be, did we follow the rubric provided? Okay, that's going to be the testing of their product. Then, build and manufacture. We're really going to look at this as mass production. Okay, so I'm just kind of getting you oriented to what this is going to look like in your Center of Invention and Innovation. Ship the product. So they're actually going to go through and think, okay, how would I ship this? Where does it go? They are going to look at what kind of packaging they would use. Analyze success and failure. For this project, they're going to create a customer survey. It's a really nice English language arts objective, and they're going to have a survey that they'll be sending out in a letter. It includes a small thank you for purchasing our product, so kind of a neat twist on this. And then the very last thing is determine the environmental impact. So they're printing with a 3D printer, right? It's plastics. So this gives us the opportunity to talk to them about the life cycle of whatever product it is that they're creating. Okay, you guys ready? All right, let's go. So in the presentation, we take the time to highlight what the product design process step is that we're really focusing on and the descriptions of it. Remember, this was in your teacher background. So you have access to all 8 steps. Your students will eventually, but not yet. We don't want to overwhelm them. So what does it mean to understand the problem? Identify the need for the product. How did we do that? Miss Michelle's the one who came in and said, please help, right? Pinpoint any constraints and considerations that you need to abide by. We're going to call these criteria and constraints. Have students seen these words yet? Yes, they've actually seen them in 2 prior activities. So now they should be a little bit more comfortable with saying criteria and constraints. Okay, they need to be able, here are the criteria, see a name on the backpack from 6 feet away. Right? They should be really familiar with the 6 feet distance. Item must be washable for safety. Okay. It must be durable, has to last a school year. Must be able to display the student's name clearly. Now, I am sorry if you have a Catherine Elizabeth who has a double name. You might have to just take that into account, right? If you have Catherine Elizabeth from 6 feet away, because there are a few other constraints. So just keep that in mind as you're going through these. Item must have a key ring hole 1/4 inch in diameter. We're going to be talking about that so that way we can attach it to the bag's zipper. All right, my constraints include that it cannot be larger than an index card, that the thickness should range between the thickness of a sheet of paper and 1/8 of an inch. Items must be an interesting shape. We really want your feedback on this. We don't necessarily want everybody to create a rectangle. Right? We want them to think a little bit outside the box. Could you merge a couple of shapes together? Could you alter a rectangle to be not just a regular rectangle? What are some other options? And then this is the catch at the end. It must be 3D printed within 30 minutes. Why? Because you're going to have to print possibly 28 of these, right? So we're thinking about you. Now, because of the criteria and the constraints provided, the 1/8 inch thick. There's actually several reasons for that. The fact that it has to be smaller than an index card. As long as they stick within those constraints, the printing time should not be more than 30 minutes per part. But we'll talk about that more in a minute. Okay, so before we actually start implementing and getting into the research part of this, we're going to talk about the fact that there are 2 methodologies in industry that are referred to as waterfall and agile. So let's talk about those 2 things. First off, we are going to be using waterfall methodology. Now, you can apply waterfall methodology to any process, but if we apply it to the product design process, this is what it looks like. Right? You go from one to the next step, to the next step, it just pulls right down, right? It is a waterfall. It is a linear methodology where you know your criteria and constraints. In other words, your customer knows exactly what they want. I would say that Miss Michelle knows exactly what she wants, right? She's given you very explicit criteria and constraints. The other thing is, of course, that it follows a linear order. In manufacturing, Most manufacturing companies use a waterfall methodology. However, there is a lot of push to move toward an agile methodology. The agile methodology is actually a little more complex. And when I say a little more complex, I really mean a lot more complex. Because what it means is you're constantly checking back with your customer. Is this what you like? Is this good? Do you like this? Now, a couple of statements on this before I want to take questions and comments here. But this is when you do not necessarily know all of your criteria and constraints. The customer's not sure what they want. They just want to see the product. You will see this used a ton in software development. Software development is that iterative process of, hey, we're pushing a software update out because we've heard your feedback and we're not sending you a new phone. We're going to send you a software update, right? Or if you see that in transportation, it's very much a waterfall methodology world, unless if you drive something like a Tesla, right? And then they send you that software update. So agile methodology is not incredibly popular in manufacturing because I'm telling you now, when they're making their A320s, they're not calling the customer up to be like, so, how do you feel? Should we change anything? Right? They have a product. It is a methodology. It is a linear method. We know the criteria and constraints are to be safe, to have something that flies, something that's fuel efficient. It goes through the entire process. The agile is more commonly used in software because it is an iterative process. Okay, those things being said, and I know that's a lot of information, some behind the scenes information is we are looking at, and it is on, I have a post-pilot list that is quite the document. And in this post-pilot list, we're looking at creating a Toonly to explain this. Once again, one of the things that we are finding is there's not a lot of middle school appropriate learning tools out there because no one's teaching this to middle school students, right? Like who's doing this, right? We are. So, so these things we're looking at putting into a Toonly video or something fun. So instead of you having to go through and explain all of that, you press play. So just giving you some insight for the full program, we are going to try to give you guys a Toonly video to explain the differences between those two. Okay. At this point, this would end your day for lesson 2, and then we get ready to go into lesson 3. Miss Robin, real quick, when do we break? Because I don't want to get too carried away. Is it at 9:30 or at 10? I can, yeah. All right, so for lesson 3, this is where we really get into more of that process. I'm going to jump into it, and hopefully I can get us through the majority of it before the break. So our daily objectives are, we have a lot of objectives here. We're really excited about this. This is about researching. And teaching a middle school student how, 1, to research is a challenge, and 2, it has been my personal experience that most of the time they do the research as a checkmark thing and then they forget about it, right? They don't do anything else with that research. We researched, yes, we did it, great. And then they move forward. They have a really hard time connecting those two things together. So we are going to help you create the process of how to analyze that data using a data analysis sheet. So we're going to be using a Boolean phrase, or actually multiple Boolean phrases, and we're going to talk a little bit about digital citizenship. The bell ringer question I want to bring, you'll be working in teams here of 2. For you guys, we are going to have you, of course, stay in your teams of 3, so that way you can, you don't have to move around the room. All right, let's talk about this bell ringer question. Have you ever had someone else take credit for something that you did? This would be a great time for, you guys crack me up. You're like, yeah, I have. Let's talk about that. How did that make you feel? Let's talk about that, right? So when you're talking with your students about this, ask them, has it been a sibling? Has your sibling ever taken credit for something that you did? How did that make you feel, right? And then what could that person have done differently? This is how we connect this to their online research, right? They don't want to go through and take credit for something that someone else did because you know how that feels, right? You want to make sure that you give credit where credit is due. So it kind of gets them in the mindset of, oh, I need to be considerate, right, to the people that have posted things online. Okay, so we're going to talk about digital citizenship, participating safely, intelligently, productively, and responsibly in the digital world. There are some samples of what that would look like here. We know that digital citizenship is something that needs to be addressed, especially to middle school students. This is a great opportunity, and we encourage you to expand on this as much as you want. Okay, we've given you a lot of resources from Common Sense Media to incorporate. We have a couple of videos built in, but we really only give about, I'm in the wrong lesson. We give, I think it's about 10 or 15 minutes to go through these things. So from the beginning of the lesson, talking about that, moving on, you get 12 minutes. So, so that way you can kind of talk to them about digital citizenship. If you want to take more time, feel free, absolutely. But we do have research to do, and we knew that that was, this was a necessary component. So when I'm talking about being a responsible citizen, why does that apply to me, right? That's the students. Why do we care? Why do we need to know this? Because our second step in the product design process is research the problem. We need to gather information and identify criteria that will measure how well your finished product performs, which is something that is incredibly important. It's tying it to the finished product. So for researching the problem, we have to be good digital citizens. And so I have a video here that we are going to show. Something that I need to make you aware of, and most of you who have been in Google Slides know this, but in Google Slides, we either own the video or we use a YouTube video. This is actually on Common Sense Media's website. So if you click play, nothing happens, right? Because it's an image. So what we have done is hyperlinked this image. So when you click it, it'll take you there. Okay, and here is your video. So it's pretty short, pretty sweet, and like we said, you can take as much time as you want to talk to your students about digital citizenship. We do talk about a couple of key things in here that we want the students to be aware of. And those are some basic do's and don'ts. So let's talk about the do's first. We want you to be safe with your information and who you connect with. Now, in this activity, students aren't necessarily going to be connecting with anyone, but this is a great chance for you to go ahead. As a teacher, I was always looking for a chance to, you know, kind of offer some really sound advice to these students. So when you are at home, online, whatever, be careful. Don't just send your information out to anybody. Be careful who you are connecting with. Also, act responsibly in how you communicate and behave. I cannot tell you how many of employers go and look at your social media platforms before they ever hire you, right? So those are something that you might want to be aware of and make your students aware of, that what you post is going to be there, yes, as you were so cool in 8th grade, right? But it's also going to be there as you were so cool as a senior in high school. And if you're not careful, it's also going to be there as you're a senior in college and when you're applying for that first job, right? You want to make smart decisions, and hopefully they are beginning to realize that now, right? But in 8th grade, posting something that's super cool might be different when they are 10 years down the road. Okay. Protect your information, protect your privacy. Don't give out personal information. If someone asks you for social security and credit card number, probably shouldn't give that out. Report inappropriate websites to a parent or teacher. So make sure that your students feel like they can come contact you or come talk with you if they feel like, hey, we Googled this and this came up. I cannot believe it. Wanted to let you know, okay? Because obviously you guys have a lot of firewall things to consider. Let's talk about some of the don'ts. Don't steal information and ideas, right? You want to make sure that you cite your source, which is one of the things we're going to be talking about. And don't trust everything you see or read. Think carefully and critically. That reminds me of the, was it State Farm commercial, right? Believe everything you read on the internet. How do you know? Read it on the internet. And he goes through and he talks, oh, I've got a guy from France here, right? And he comes in and says, bonjour. That's kind of what that makes me think of when I say don't trust everything you see or read that's on the internet, right? Because you do not know if it is a trusted site. This is a great time to kind of point back to the articles that you linked in the inventors thing, that those were scholarly articles. We did the research for you so that way they're not just openly roaming the internet. Okay. All right, so now inventors, you're going to get into your groups and you are going to get started. You need to access the data analysis sheet in your resource file. So you're going to go to resources in Kit 3, and this is lesson 3. So if we are going to produce luggage tags, you need to research luggage tags that are out there and record the information. It is incredibly important that you have this pulled up, and if they are working in teams of 2, they are going to want to share it with one another. Because I feel like you guys are okay to kind of record this on your own, you do not necessarily have to share the document with whomever else is at your table, but we want the student in teams of 2 to identify their roles. We have 2 roles. One is going to be the Amazon website researcher. Once again, we are trying to give them a safe area, and since Amazon is one of our sponsors, we have used their website, and they have all kinds of specs that we're going to be talking about. But also, the second person is going to be the data recorder, and they need to make sure to have that pulled up. So you guys can kind of toggle between Amazon and your data analysis sheet. But I'm going to get you to pull that up. I'm going to pull it up as well, so that way you guys can see. Looks like my computer is dead. Do it here. All right, resources. Sorry, I'm going to continue talking into the mic. Resources file, data analysis sheet. So I would have the data analysis sheet and Amazon.com. I'm going to pull these things up. Okay, so we have Amazon.com, right? Might be in your recents. And you have your digital analysis sheet. Remember, you're going to want to make a copy of this, because if you try to edit this one, you're going to have that same issue of it saying that it is not editable. So I'm going to give just a second for everybody to get that pulled up. And what we're going to do is we are going to start out by thinking about if you were buying a luggage tag. So if you were Miss Michelle and you were going to buy a luggage tag, what type of luggage tag would you consider? I want you to go up here to the search bar. So this would be whoever is your Amazon expert. They're going to go to the search bar and they are going to type in luggage tag and press enter. Oh, I have all kinds of options. I really love this irregular Mickey Mouse shape. I love this airplane. Technically, this is not a rectangle, right? This has got a little side cut off. That's cute. All right, so I can go through and pick one of these up so I can go through and check. Well, what we want you to do is click on one of these luggage tags. So you and your teammate need to agree on which luggage tag you really like. Feel free to use your thumbs approach so you can reach consensus real quick. So as you type in luggage tag, theoretically, we have similar searches pulled up. So choose one. So we have some people preferring the Star Wars luggage tag. Make a decision. When you click on that image, we want you to come down to where it has product description. product description. You're going to use this information to type in the length, the width. So if you will, I'm assuming that now you guys have agreed on whichever luggage tag you're going to use. Here, my length and width is 3.5 by 2 inches. Now, these descriptions are going to look a little different on each one. What if you have a student that says, Ms. LaCroix, this one doesn't have the dimensions that I need? Well, you're going to need to search for another one. You need this information. It's incredibly important. So the length and width is 3.5 by 2 inches. When you come here to your data analysis sheet, which when I type this, FYI, those of you that are looking at this one, it is going to change everything. I will fix it. But I'm going to type in 3.5, what did I say, by 2 inches? 2 inches. Now, it asks me for a unit price. Okay, well, this is a 2-pack, right? So if there are 2 of these, the unit price is, or the price is $8, which means my unit price would be 4, right? Or if you wanted them to go through and actually say $7.99 divided by 2, get $3.98, that's fine. Okay. So we're going to say, oh, wrong one, $4. Then they're going to list their source. How do they list their source? Copy this link and paste it. All right, cool. Now, you guys are going to continue doing this for the remaining luggage tags. So you have 4 more to do. We did 1 together. Fill this out, and then I'm going to get you to wait. How long do we think this is going to take us? A day? That's right. So they're working in teams. So they can say, you take a tag, I'll take a tag. They can split it between one, or one can say, we'll just look at your screen, and then we can copy and paste. Like there's some room here for interpretation. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. We're going to pay attention to the time. We're going to let you just do the researching. You are choosing 4 additional luggage tags. You're recording length, width, and unit price. Now, this is also a great time for you to talk about if you want to look up something different besides a luggage tag. What's another phrase that you could look up besides luggage tag? Say it again. We have orders being placed on Amazon as we speak. So, you're working as a team. But you could look up another phrase besides luggage tag. You could look up backpack tag. Or bag tag. You have some different options. We'll talk about those options in just a minute. Just make sure that you're on the same page as your teammates. All right, you guys are searching away. How are we looking on time? Done? Got a couple of people that are... I tell you what, if you will, do me a favor and show me on your hand how many luggage tags you have researched so I can kind of get an idea. 1, 2, 3. So we got a lot of 3s, some 5s, a couple of people that I don't know how to read this one. But, okay, I'll give you guys a couple more minutes. I do not. So the question was, is there an alternative search engine that we could use? And I do not have one off the top of my head. Some of the questions that are coming up is that a lot of the schools here have firewalls blocking purchasing websites such as Amazon or Walmart, but a workaround might possibly be if you as the teacher could get on and then have your students reach consensus with which luggage tags they would like to look at. That is definitely a possibility and a great suggestion. All right, guys, if you will, hold up your hands again so I can see how many luggage tags you have researched. So we've got 4, 4.5, 5, 3, 3, 3. Okay, so I'm going to give you just a minute more, and then we are going to look at why this data analysis sheet is so cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get you to finish up, please, and we are going to go ahead and move on with the rest of this lesson real quick. Okay, so the idea here is we are teaching students how to do a research, right? The way that we wanted you guys to be able to explain this to the students is through Boolean phrases, because if you search for one thing and you don't get exactly what you want, don't just quit and go home, right? Instead, how can you search again or research, right? That's the whole point. You search, and then you research, and then you research, and you continue searching. So using different Boolean phrases, this is a great opportunity to talk about a Boolean search and the Boolean operators that you guys are probably familiar with, and, or, and not. And that you can try out different phrases for your search, such as luggage tag, backpack tag, identification tag. All of these are options. But what we really want to show you, and I'm going to show you real quick because I have this actually on the data analysis sheet, is the tabs at the bottom. Don't click them yet. All right, so if you look, your students have done all of this search, and I wish I could do a better job of zooming in. So I'm going to try to do that now and go to 200%. Robin, can you do a video call of 3 for me, please? Thank you, ma'am. So they have done this, but then after they have entered in this information, what we would like for you to do is point their attention to the bottom of the screen. And notice that we have generated multiple tabs. Now, this is going to carry them through the entire kit, so we don't want them to click on anything just yet, right? And as I say that, you guys are like, yeah, right, good luck with that. But we're only going to look at the first 3 tabs. One is where you enter in the information. But then we're going to talk about how to analyze this information. So I'm going to click on length data analysis. When I do this, and I have it zoomed in incredibly so that way you guys can see, all of these numbers are numbers that are pulled from the first page. So yours are going to be different than mine because you did different research than I did, right? Which is so super cool. I love this part about, this is where I'm an Excel nerd, right? It can all talk to one another. And then there are some really important questions like what's the average length? Well, this is all 3.2 inches. And when we do get to computer science, we are going to talk a little bit about abstractions where I see 3.2, but then I can see that actually that is a formula in the top. So I've already calculated what my average is. So when we do get to the computer science, we will easily be able to call this an abstraction and talk about how you don't always see all of the work that goes on behind the scenes. All right, so this gives you an opportunity to kind of have a discussion with your kids depending on how much time you have. I'm going to go back to 100% real quick so you can kind of see the full screen here. We have the average, the median, the shortest luggage tag, of course, which is the minimum value, and the longest luggage tag. If you are a math person or a science person and you want to point out measures of spread, this is an awesome opportunity. And then we have this really cool graph over to the side so they can kind of have a visual to accompany this. So they are actually getting an entire analysis based off of numbers they entered. You do the same thing for width. Now, you could continue clicking, and you can if you want, but we're going to hold off on just a second. And I have just noticed that we are missing a formula here, so I will go back and put that in just a moment at the break. But these first 3 tabs are the only ones that you are going to you're going to talk about in this lesson. And it's talking about the whole idea that whenever you are doing research, you want to pay attention to averages or medians because you want to produce a product, if you want to be competitive in the market, that might fall within that, especially when we start talking about the cost that you want to put on your luggage tag, right? You don't just get to say, my luggage tag is amazing, I think it should sell for $3 million. Well, I think that I want to do the same thing, right? But we'll never sell one. So let's talk about some other options. What would make it competitive in today's market? Anyway, those are the things that this lesson is really bringing out, and that is the end of the lesson for the majority part. On here, it does ask, after the Boolean phrase, how do we analyze this data? And that is simply by looking at that data analysis sheet with your students. The question is now what? You have researched and located data on luggage tags. What ideas do you have now about the luggage tag that you're about to design? And then you have your reflection question that goes back to being a responsible digital citizen. Okay, so at this time, we are going to take a 10-minute break before we come back and get into lesson 4. Ms. Robin, any things to say before they go?
How about a little trivia? Whoops, how about a little trivia? All right, so we researched our curriculum, just wanted to make sure we had all of our points straight. So 1903 was the Wright Flyer, and in 1908, they were so excited they went to France to show them. They did 200 demonstrations throughout France and Germany and Italy, and that was basically the birth of the first air show. France was so excited. First air show took place in 1909 in France, and basically they are given a lot of credit for the development of aeronautics. And so on the aircraft, the fuselage, ailerons, nacelle, aileron, I mean it goes on and on and on, they're all French words. And it was because all of this was basically birthed out of France. Yes, ma'am. Awesome. Okay. So anyway, just a little trivia for you. And you have the timer ready? We'll see you in 10 minutes. Go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you should be able to locate 2 index cards on your desk, a sheet of graph paper, a thing of Play-Doh, and we're going to ask for some of you to come up and collect some of these tools. Miss Robin's going to be asking you to do that in just a moment. So we are going to ask one person from each team to come up and get the plastic rulers and a steel ruler. You'll need 3 plastic rulers, enough for one person at the table, and your steel rule. So you're collecting your plastic rulers and your steel ruler. Yes, this is a great time to talk about the fact that do not use that steel ruler unless if you are taking a precision measurement instrument. Don't use it as a straight edge. All right, one person from each table to bring to come up and get a caliper, an analog caliper. But it's a valid point. It is a valid point.
We're talking about taking care of them, and I would,
Yeah, prefer the box.
I would rather have the box in that case.
All right, hopefully everyone has their materials in front of them. We're going to go ahead and jump in because I do not want to get us behind schedule. Remember, at the end of the day today, we do have time for Q&A and a few kind of discussions as we send you guys out, and then we also need to get your boxes to you. So we are going to be doing that this afternoon, and we do not want to fall behind. So we are going to move on to the Lesson 4. And on this lesson, when you get going into it, we're going to go ahead and go through our toolbox meeting to apply the product design process. And then we're going to talk a little bit about moving from your idea and how to actually create this idea. So before we continue on, I want to say to you that if I were writing something down, this would probably be something that I would want to stick on a sticky note in here, so I kind of have the idea of progression in my mind. Oh, I see people moving. I'm gonna pause and give you time to get situated. Just because even as I have written this curriculum and been in this curriculum, sometimes I need to see what is the bigger picture here. Obviously, I'm following the product design process, but what am I doing in this lesson? You're going to have your students begin by brainstorming. Then they are going to, after they brainstorm, they're going to sketch their ideas. They go from that sketch to that technical drawing. That is why one of the curriculum writers just called me, and I was like, that's odd. It is a timer, so let's exit out of this. I didn't cancel it. Thank you, Melissa, and I am sorry that I ignored you. It went away. So online, whenever we are going through all of this, when there's music playing, they cannot hear us as well. Okay, so completely lost what we were doing. Oh yeah, we were talking. So sketch, that's right, sketch. And so we're looking at the big idea, the brainstorming, then the sketch, then a technical drawing, right, that we're going to call a blueprint. A technical drawing that we're calling a blueprint, and then we move into a scale model. Why are we doing all of this? Because in Lesson 5, it's all about CAD. Okay, so in this lesson, that is literally the progression that we're going through. We're brainstorming, we do a little sketch, we take it from a sketch to a technical drawing or a blueprint, and then we go to a scale model. So just so you kind of have that progression in mind, because as we get into this, there's a lot of content. This is a 2-day lesson. So let's go ahead and get going. Your key terms here are scale and blueprint for obvious reasons, right? Their bell ringer question is to look at page 7 in their digital notebook. So if you guys will do that on what would be page 7, once again, there might be a little difference. If you're looking down the scroll on the right, it would be page 10. And when you do that, you should see the table that would have been in your teacher background in Lesson 2, I believe it was, or maybe even Lesson 3. Anyway, when you're looking at that, you have all of those descriptions. What we want students to do is use the highlighter function to highlight the steps that they have already completed. So they would go through, highlight the cells, they can change the color of the cells, and that way they kind of can see where they have been, but they can also see where they are going. Then the question is, what is the next thing that we are doing in this product design process? We're getting ready to design the product. So imagine a variety of creative product designs. Evaluate your designs. Prepare a technical drawing, there's that term, and then construct a working prototype of your product. So we take them literally from the ideas that are in their mind and we walk them through until they actually are going to get to their 3D print. So let's get into this and sketch your initial ideas. Now remember, when you're doing this, you have criteria and constraints that you are following. So this is a great opportunity for you to put this on the board and talk to them, remind them about their criteria and constraints. So that way when they're sketching their ideas, they can consider these. I'm going to take a real quick moment and advance the slide because what you are going to need is your plastic ruler, right, the one that you can see through, then 2 index cards, and then we have a picture of a key ring and a snap. This is something else that we will need your feedback on. We don't want students to necessarily have these in their hands, but we do want them to consider this. That snap goes back to your criteria and constraints. Because on the constraints, if it is thicker, yeah, Miss Robin has one in her hand, if it's thicker than 1/8 of an inch, the snap won't close. If the hole is about, or is smaller than about 1/4 inch, you can get away with 3/16, but let's just say 1/4 of an inch in diameter. If it's any smaller than that, then the hole won't work. So the goal is that whenever they're designing this, they need to keep that key ring in mind so that way they recognize, oh, the criteria and constraints are there for a reason. Yes, ma'am. They are actually, okay, so the way that we have this in mind is that when they designed this luggage tag or keychain or whatever you want to call it, you could have it to where they are having an insert, but what we kind of saw is that instead you would have a raised part that has their name on it. So that way it's all printed and they don't have to worry about having some type of adhesion where they're sticking it in and then it falls out and all those kinds of things. Prior. Okay, so whenever it says here, when we're talking about, and so this will be a note, Miss Robin, for you, when it says to see the name on the backpack from 6 feet away when they initially talk about this, let's say something about the fact that this is 3D printed and not a piece of paper that's attached. Oh, yes, or, yeah. Or on the 4th criteria here where it does say item must display student's name clearly, could be permanently or something raised or a hole. We're going to talk about both of those options. Okay, so what I want you to do is take one of those index cards and I want you to start thinking. One of the things that happen in Kit 1 is we show a slide of Thomas Edison's thoughts. And he has a piece of paper that he just kind of sketches his ideas on and thinks about. So I want you to take that one index card and I want you to start sketching what you might think your index card, your final product would look like. So take one of those index cards and start sketching some of your ideas out. So maybe you thought a Mickey Mouse index card was the way to go, right? And then when you start sketching, you're like, wait a minute, I'm going to have to, problem solve here. Either going to have to simplify my design, invent and simplify, right? Or I'm going to have to pay attention to some of those details. So this is a sketch on one of those index cards. And this is every student working individually. So one index card is all about, and if you want to use your rulers, make sure that you use those plastic rulers so that way you can run the pen down the side of it as a straight edge. Miss Robin's going to come around and see if she sees any amazing options here, which we might, we really want to highlight some of those once we get to the next step. So this is you just kind of brainstorming, thinking. This is a very general sketch. Single-sided. That's another great point. Now, as you start getting some ideas, once you start sketching, then the ideas really start flowing. What we want you to do on that second index card is take some measurements. We want this to be an exact replica of what you would want your index card to look like. What I mean is, your luggage tag to look like. What I mean is the second index card, if I had the ability to snap my fingers and it be a 3D printed object in my hand, I want you to draw it with that in mind. So that second index card, you want to use the ruler, you want to put some dimensions to it. Remember, use friendly dimensions. Don't try to use 3 7/16. Go with 3.5 inches. Use friendly dimensions whenever you're doing this, with the intent that if you were to snap your fingers and it were to come to life, it would be what will be introduced as a full-scale drawing. I'm going to walk around because I see that there are several people that might have some questions. So for those of you that are online, we're just kind of taking some time to sketch out these ideas. I'll leave the criteria constraints up there.
With one side chopped off.
All right, so I'm going to pick up on something that Miss Barbara was just saying real quick. The overall dimensions, if I have an irregular shape, and this might be something that we even tone back and say, okay, no, we want to challenge students, so this will be a place for your feedback, but you're looking at the overall width and the overall length. So if you have an odd shape, like for instance on that wrench or screwdriver that we had, we created those vertical lines. Do the same thing from the farthest left point to the farthest right point. What is my overall length and width? It was also mentioned online that is this a time where we point out CAD, or are we waiting for students to have the aha moment? What we want is for students to start off with these basic pen and paper kind of thoughts, and then we want them to discover there's got to be a better way on their own. And I will tell you, they will get there very, very quickly, right? Even as I challenged my oldest son, we had a catapult challenge here earlier, actually, I say earlier this year, but it was in October of last year, and we were launching pumpkins, right? The pumpkin chunkin competition. And we launched pumpkins, and he wanted to do this, and I told him, well, you're gonna have to sketch it out. And he came to me almost immediately after he started drawing, and he said, I'm just not a very good drawer. Can I do this on the computer? So it's gonna be a natural progression of what is a different way, a better way that I can do this, but let them reach that on their own. We want them to struggle through this process just a little bit, because in this process, they will think about a lot of details that come with this. Okay, so I'm gonna move on because I am just keeping an eye on time. And what we would do from here as they are creating these, and I would remind them, of course, make sure that you have the keyring hole on there, and I would be pointing out different things. But what we really need is to look back at that product design process and that third step. It says to imagine a variety of creative product designs. Well, we kind of done that in our research and then also in our sketching. Evaluate your possible designs to determine which one's best. So if you give them a chance to brainstorm, tell them it's got to make sure, let them brainstorm, but then throw those criteria and constraints back up and say, don't forget about these. But now it says to prepare a technical drawing. So what I want you to do is you're going to take, for the third time, you're going to transfer this drawing onto your graph paper. So get your graph paper ready. Don't sketch just yet, but just get it ready. And we're going to talk a little bit about what is a technical drawing. What information do you need to include on a technical drawing of your tag? And if you are following along in your instructor's manual, and this is all lesson 4, day 1. Got to find what slide number I'm on here, slide number 59. All right, so students should respond and include the dimensions of the tag, right? You would want to make sure that you have the length and the width if it's a technical drawing, the placement and the size of the hole for the plastic snap, and the placement and size of the box for their name. So if they're thinking about writing their name, they can write their actual name out, or they could just create a text box and say, this is where my name would go. We will leave that up to you guys, but the whole idea is we're getting them to think about a key term. That key term is a blueprint. It is the technical drawing that they are actually going to create. And before we jump too much into the technical drawing, we're going to show this real quick video. And if you will turn the volume all the way up, Miss Robin. And just hold it till it gets up.
Scale drawings let you accurately depict floor plans, landscape designs, engineering diagrams, and other spaces and layouts in a smaller, more workable size than the actual source. These drawings are in proportion to the real thing. A scale drawing ratio of 1 to 10 means that the drawing is 10 times smaller than the object it represents. However small or large you scale your drawing depends on what you are illustrating and the kind of detail you want to show. If you're drawing to scale manually, with pencil and paper for instance, you'll have to figure out the scale that works for you based on the size of the space you're representing in the page size of your drawing. 10 feet of space in a room might be shown as an inch on your page, for example.
Okay, so we're going to take that a little different. That does continue on, but we cut it off intentionally because then, of course, they naturally progress into a cat. Now, what we're trying to do is tie this to something that they know. We want them to understand why are they learning how to reduce fractions and deal with proportions in math class? Well, for reasons just like this. So on the slide, you're going to take a few minutes to talk about scale drawings, and you have created a design that if you were to snap your fingers, it would immediately give you the prototype that you desire. But what if we wanted to look at this in a little bit more detail? We might want to look at a different scale. So if you consider this box on the screen, and we've intentionally put graph paper behind this so students can say, okay, this box is 3 squares tall and 5 squares wide. You have 2 options on the right-hand side. Look at these and tell me which of these options would be considered a scale drawing. I'm going to try to stand out of the way. The one on the left is a 3 box tall, 5 box wide. So looking at this, which one would be considered a scale? Okay, so the answer in the room for those of you online is A. So if I come over here and I look, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks up, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My mouse or my pointer's not wanting to cooperate. But yeah, so it's got double up and double across. So when you look at this and I say, what type of scale is this? Then I am doubling a number, and this is a great time to mention that this is a scale multiplier. If I had a board in here, I would say, so if this is 3 by 5, then I'm doubling both of those, and I have a 6 by 10 box. The other option, it's being added to instead of multiplied by. So just kind of getting kids thinking about, oh, here we are with fractions again, and you could write it as a fraction and then multiply. Lots of different options there. But what we want students to come away with is the fact that if I took that same box that's 3 boxes high and 5 boxes wide, I could have this scaled in 3 different ways. I could have a 2-to-1 scale, which that should be a 1-to-2 scale. Sorry about that. And a 1-to-1 scale. Miss Robin, make me a note for slide 63. And then a 2-to-1 scale, so depending on what you are going to do. Because if I'm not mistaken, that should be a 1-to-2 and this should be a 2-to-1. Drawings first, reality second, right? Drawing to reality. I need to just double check that and make sure that's right, because even as I'm saying it, I'm not sure. Drawing comes first, and then the reality comes second. Whenever you are creating this, we want the students to double the size of what they have created on their index card, and we want them to transfer that to their graph paper. So take a minute to go ahead and create a technical drawing. And I am going to take a minute to double check my scale that I've written up here to make sure that it's correct. Right, the 1-to-2, shrinking it would be the one, not the way to go. That's right. That's right. In my mind, I was just like, good grief, there's another error. No, okay, that's right, because, bless my heart. So, drawing is first, reality is second. Yes, so this would be some examples of different types of scale. 1-to-1 scale is when you have something that looks the exact same. So on your index card, that would be a 1-to-1 scale. But we're wanting you to double everything for your technical drawing, so you're going to go with a 2-to-1 scale. So double all of those dimensions. I'm going to go ahead and share what Miss Robin was just talking to me about, a little cheat method of making sure that you don't second guess yourself. I'm going to let her explain it.
All right, so y'all learned yesterday, I think, totally different than math people sometimes, all right? So when I look at this, all right, if I put a divider right here, like dividing this, it's 1/2. So that tells you you're going down, okay? So I look at this and I see 1/2. If I come over here to this one, all right, now if I have it, I get 2. So this is a larger number. So that's just how I see it. That's 1/2.
Makes sense. Half the percentage, double the percentage. Say it again.
This is what you're telling us, and this is what I'm looking at as a car. So this is smaller than what I just did.
Because the number of boxes I put up there was a 3x5, and you have a 3x5 index card.
So it's almost like we need to measure the 3x5 on the graph paper to put that number of boxes, and then they can
Double it. Because the intent, I didn't even put that together. We just chose those numbers to show because it was easy to kind of double that. But the idea that we had is if you have 3x5 inches, then 8.5 by 11 is going to be almost, well, not double, but it is going to be closer, and they could be able to write that. So that's a good point, and we will make note of that. While you guys are doing this, we are going to play an interview that we had, so that way we are doing 2 things at once because we're about halfway through this lesson. So while you're creating your technical drawing, you are going to hear from an architect. This is one of our sponsors. Her name is, from Mott MacDonald is our sponsor, but they sent over a dozen architects, and I shared this with you guys, I think, on the first day. They sent over a dozen architects that were all architects and engineers, all females, to kind of give an idea of what it's like to be a female architect and a female engineer. And this is one of the interviews.
My name is Katarina Eccles. I'm an architect and I work for Mott MacDonald, which is mostly an engineering firm. I've had a diverse career. I started being a geologist and then an oceanographer, and then now I'm an architect. So I think one of the things I realized when I started with science was that the world was being changed more by man than it was being changed by natural phenomena. So I've wanted to have a play in that. I figured that at this point, as much as we're changing the world, someone needed to be kind of cognizant of that and be able to interfere a little bit in that process. And that's why I chose architecture. One of the fascinating things about architecture is that it's never the same. It changes a lot. It's almost like the project itself. You know, you have to have a conceptual idea of what it's going to be, the project. Then you have to come down to earth and start seeing, you know, what does your budget allow you to do? And then you have to interact with the owner and see what they need to have out of all of these idealistic things that they might want for the project based on their budget. So it has a lot of really interesting artistic ways of creating something that represents what they need, but it also has to be utilitarian. It has to serve a purpose, and it has to be buildable. So you have to be within the constraints of how much money there is and how much time there is to do it. So there's nothing that's typical about this. I mean, I guess you can repeat the project and start again, but even the projects are different. We can do a small renovation for, you know, for the county, or we can go ahead and do a huge hangar, you know, for Airbus or something like that. It's just so different every day, and that's what's so fascinating about it. I think when people think of architecture, they think mostly of the of the design aspect, that you get to create all of these really interesting buildings for the most part. And yes, you do buildings, but you don't do just buildings. I mean, you work with the team. You work with your civil engineer, you work with your landscape architect, you work with your mechanical, electric, plumbing engineer, and sometimes even other trades, depending on the complexity of the project. And so it's just interacting with all these aspects that is so crucial. When you are in school, and I'm talking about architecture, you are part of a team because you do a lot of studio work. I don't know if in engineering is the same thing, but in architecture, you are working with a big group of people. And there was, long hours, mostly through the night. It was very unusual. I was not used to that in science. In science, everything is very precise, and it's mostly about you. It's not so much teamwork, but in architecture, you do that. But it's very, again, it's very conceptual. Everything is possible. You can create all these weird buildings, and the weirdest the better. But once you get to the reality of it, and you actually start learning how to put it together, how to deal with the building contractor, how to build with all the trades, how to stay on budget, it's just so different. It's a rude awakening. So make sure when you're learning that you get away from the studio, look at some work that's going on, trail a construction project, see how things are working in the field where it's muddy, where everything that was done one day, the next day is all kind of coming apart because it rained, and how to deal with that, and how to make sure that you oversee some of the possibilities of problems before they actually become problems.
Ms. Robin and I were just talking about how we are already thinking of different ways to do this. And so instead of having that second index card, one of the suggestions might be to cut that out completely, let them go with sketching their ideas and then go straight to the graph paper, because you want to kind of create that and you have your original 1-to-1 scale, and then you can practice a 2-to-1 scale from there. So that's just something that we're going to write for a consideration on that post-pilot suggestion. And a 2-to-1 on the other. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and continue on. I am marching forward here. What would a scale of 5-to-1 on a blueprint mean? Thanks to Miss Robbins' genius fraction bar. Then I can know that means that it's 5 times the size, right? And a scale of 1 to 5 would mean that it's 1/5 the size. So smart. All right, so we're going to go through and continue with our product design process, where we were talking about a technical drawing. So that technical drawing is what you guys are going over, and as a matter of fact, they do not actually start the graph paper until day 2. That's when they're actually starting to work through that graph paper image. And remind them that the reason why they are doing that is because in the product design process, when it says design the product, what it really means is prepare a technical drawing. There's more than just design the product. You want to actually have a technical drawing and construct a working prototype of what you've designed. Well, how in the world are we going to do that? Now the fun begins, right? Now you have Play-Doh, but no glitter. In this image, Miss Robin pointed out that there is a tube of glitter on here. We would not do that to you. So you just have Play-Doh. So what you're going to do is get that Play-Doh out, and we want you to do a full scale, that 1-to-1 scale that we had talked about. If you were to snap your fingers in this image, we're going to come directly to life, right? There, it was going to come to life. We want you to create a scale model, a 1-to-1 scale model of that luggage tag. Now, you might want to use all of your Play-Doh, but you might not need to, and that's okay. So while you're getting your Play-Doh out, don't forget that you need to include in your scale model your overall dimensions. And then as far as your name is concerned, I can already see some of you thinking, okay, wait, am I going to take this out and like roll it like a worm and then curve my name around? That is not necessary, okay? You can add your name if you have time, but we're not going to stress over that right now. We want you to, if you just want to like take your plastic ruler and maybe indent like where it would go, that would be an excellent idea, but don't worry too much about having to have that raised text box, okay? And then also, don't forget about that key ring hole. So take a few minutes and play with your Play-Doh. Get us a scale model. So that's a great question. In the instructor's manual, it does specify that you want to make sure that they still have a copy of their drawing. And on that one-to-one scale model, whatever one that looks like, if they're going to do their index card or if they put their one-to-one scale drawing on that, you might want to use that where they're creating it right directly on top of. So they can kind of use that as an outline of this is exactly how wide and how tall and all of those things that it needs to be. Yes. Yes. Well, okay, so the question for those that are online, I'm going to repeat it real quick, is basically struggling with that progression. So what we want students to recognize is as inventors and innovators, because they are in the center of invention and innovation, they're going to dream big ideas. But really, I think what is missing here is the fact that you have to communicate those ideas. And what that means is I have to be able to communicate what is in my brain, and I have to have something that I can say, this is what needs to be designed. So that design process might look like that index card. And that index card would be just a scratch piece of paper. Think of it almost like an entry in a journal notebook where I'm just kind of sketching some different ideas. I like this. Oh, I would really like a Mickey Mouse, but my Mickey Mouse looks terrible. I can't, let me come up with something else. So they might have multiple ideas that they come up with on that index card. But that index card is serving as a brainstorming option. We're going to say right now that we're eliminating index card number 2 because I think it did cause some confusion. So once you kind of pick which idea you like on that index card, I really liked the way that this one turned out because a lot of times, even as students are drawing, they're going to be thinking, oh, this one turned out better than what I thought, or this was not as good as I thought. So then they take that idea, go to, let's say they go straight to their graph paper, and then they perfect that design on graph paper. So on the graph paper, say it again. Okay, so yeah, because we tried it on index cards. We didn't try it on the graph paper. But then they're looking at that first scale drawing, that one-to-one scale. So our thought process is there are certain things, and once again, this might not make a lot of logical sense because we toned back a lot of it. We were going to show a one-to-one scale and then something that was incredibly small and zoomed in and how that's necessary if I'm dealing with something on a very small level like the scale model of a cell or any of those things. Then the flip side of that, looking at a building. So we're trying to show them that in this you're going to have blueprints and designs, but that starts a lot of times with the sketching of it and introducing ratios and proportions to them. Once they have that idea of ratio and proportions, we want them to build this and realize that we've only been talking about 2 dimensions in both of those things. But there's more to a prototype than just 2 dimensions. So as we get to the Play-Doh, after we've finished our technical drawing and we get to the Play-Doh, the realization will hopefully soon be that I have my length and my width and I'm okay, I'm in that index card constraint. But the question will then be, what about the thickness? Because there will be people in the room, and we're going to do what's called a gallery walk. You're going to walk around and look at everybody's different designs. And then the question will be, wait a minute, when we pull up those criteria and constraints, what about the thickness? Because a lot of people won't consider that. And that's the 3rd dimension. So after they've kind of gone through this process and spent a couple of days thinking about how to design something, then we're jumping into CAD. I'm not saying that this process will be necessary every time they go through it because we want them to appreciate the CAD so when they get in there they realize, oh, I have X and Y and Z, right? I have all 3 dimensions, and then that leads us up to creating a file and exporting it to the 3D printer. For those that are online, we are getting a lot of feedback on this lesson. So we are kind of listening to the ideas and thinking about just moving forward how this is going to work. One of the main issues that we are seeing is that if you use the Play-Doh on the graph paper, it does stick, and it makes quite the mess. One of the statements has been that if we use something like a wax paper to overlay on the top of the graph paper, if we wanted to go that route, or say it again, or a sheet protector or something, yeah, for sure, or a meat tray. Sure, yeah, they can go through and recreate on the actual thing instead of laying it on top. So lots of different options for those of you that are listening online, and we are writing these down. We are going to write these down probably during the lunch break. So you're just taking time to kind of create this model. We are going to be doing a gallery walk in a minute. That gallery walk is going to hopefully inspire some of these designers, and they are going to come around and look at all of these different designs. You guys finish, I am, for our online viewers, I am going to walk around and take some pictures, and then we will post them so that some of these teachers from other states can see what's going on in the room.
All right, so for our schools who are online, we are setting up a Kit 3 Jamboard. And Sarah, we've been taking pictures in the room, so she is going to upload those on the Jamboard so you can kind of get a better visual of some of the creations in here. So what our goal is on the timeline, we're going to be finishing this. We're going to be calculating volume of this in just a second. By then, hopefully Foosackleys will be here. We'll break for lunch, and then after lunch, we're going to start looking at Tinkercad, moving through the rest of product design, the business aspect of it, and then we should finish right on time at 3 o'clock for kit distribution. And I think Kelly has been working diligently this morning on distributing those and getting those ready for that this afternoon. So I think we're on time and everything's going well. Is there any questions while we're waiting? Oh, explain to what Foosackleys is. Actually, would you like to explain here? Here, hold on. What is Foosackleys?
It's really easy. It's the best chicken place ever.
Okay. It's a local chicken finger restaurant, and it is the hottest item down here in the South. And so everybody's always excited when we have Foosackleys. All right, Sarah, Christina online would like to know how to access the Jamboard. So they would go into resources in Kit 3. So Christina, if you go into the resources in Kit 3 and then open the resource file and then go down and there will be a link in the resources for you to get into the Jamboard. And if you do not see it, let us know, and we'll keep an eye on the chat.
All right, so what we're going to get you guys to do is as you finish, because I am paying attention to time, take a moment and we're going to do what's called a gallery walk. Look carefully to make sure everything is kind of slid underneath your table so no one will trip and fall. But we want you to take a gallery walk and see some of these different designs. In the classroom, we even encourage students to, if you have time, to let them have a gallery walk where they're looking at each other's designs. Might inspire them a little bit. One of the things I want you to pay attention to are thickness, or is thickness. One of the things we would like for you to pay attention to is thickness. And online, if you would like to upload a picture on this Jamboard, it is editable. I had it as view only. I apologize for that. So if you'd like, I took a couple of sample pictures, but if you would like to upload one of your pictures to the Jamboard, feel free to do so. For those of you online, Ms. Robin is about to post a link so that way you can access the Jamboard directly. Once again, this Jamboard is also located in the resources file. If you will scroll down to the bottom of that, you will see a Kit 3 Jamboard. Do not mess with your luggage tags or your samples just yet. We do want to take a minute to examine them closely. Okay, as you guys are returning to your seats, we have one last activity in this lesson, and we are looking at possibly going through that progression again to make sure that it does make logical sense as far as the progression goes. But what we really wanted to do is for students to take some time to examine the amount of material that would be used and project that before they would ever get to a 3D printer. Now, on the process of this, after your students, if you have time, do a gallery walk, let's go back and look at your prototype with a fresh set of eyes. Can the name be seen from 6 feet away? So maybe you stand about 6 feet away and see if that would be something that you could see. Remember, we said that the text could be raised, and I already heard a few people say, or you could hollow it out, right? You can make that a hole, and that is an option. So something to consider. The item must be washable. Well, obviously your prototype is not washable. We do not recommend that. But your 3D printer type hopefully will be. It must be durable and last a year. We are going to use something that is considered a durable material, and it needs to display the name clearly. So that goes back to it's a raised text or possibly a hole. Don't forget the keyring hole. That's another thing that you want to make sure you have on your luggage tag. Now let's look at these constraints. It cannot be larger than a 3x5 index card. Well, you have an index card for comparison there. And let's take a minute to really focus on this next Bullet point, item thickness should range between the thickness of a sheet of paper and 1/8 of an inch. Do me a favor real quick and verify that your thickness is at least less than 1/8 of an inch. You get to choose which utensil you would like to use. You can use a ruler to do this.
So what is the distance from right there?
So those of you that are online, one of the questions is how far inset must the key ring hole be? And this is a great time to go ahead and mention that your key ring hole has to be at least within 1/4 of an inch from the edge of your print. So if you need to make that adjustment, please do so. They're double checking these measurements and calculations now, but your hole, for instance, cannot be in the center of your luggage tag because then it wouldn't reach, right? The snap wouldn't snap. And so that is something that does need to be included. We will add that as a constraint, yes. So let's go ahead and hang on just a second. Go ahead, Amanda. They're checking the dimension, and as soon as I know, I'll let you know. I think it's 1/4 of an inch. Or 3/16 of an inch. So they're thinking it cannot exceed from 1/4 of an inch. For those of you that are online as well, that hole needs to be at least 1/4 of an inch from two sides, so that way your key ring and your snap can fit. Now, I'm going to let them continue talking, but I also only have 10 minutes to finish up this lesson. I want to do that. So what we want you to do is try to make sure that your thickness has been corrected if it is thicker than 1/8 of an inch, thicker than 1/8 of an inch. And what we're going to do next is calculate the volume. Now, the question is, why do we need to calculate the volume? First off, we are trying to reemphasize what they are learning is important in math class, and we want them to be able to use this, but they also have to calculate their material cost in a few lessons, and that material cost is going to come from this. The other option is that you could, as they send you, because the material is going to vary slightly, as they send you information in the files, you have access to that in the Prusa slicer, but we did not want you to have to do this 28 times, right? Every file that comes in, look at that and give it back to the child, and child records it and all that. So instead, we took the Play-Doh approach, and what we want you to do is take that Play-Doh that is your luggage tag, make sure you've taken a picture of it, upload it to the Jamboard if at all possible. But in order to calculate how much material we are going to need, we are going to ask you to take that luggage tag and ball it up into the shape of a sphere. So you're gonna, a ball. Sorry. Make it a ball.
Broke their hearts. They worked so hard on it. Some of them were beautiful pieces of art.
They were. I'm sorry. I thought they didn't know what I was talking about when I said the sphere. Yes, I'm so sorry. You guys did such an excellent job, but we don't want our Play-Doh to dry out.
We have pictures.
Yes.
And it's 1/4 of an inch, Sarah.
It is 1/4 of an inch. Thank you
From
so
the
much.
very edge
We will
to
add
the
that as a constraint.
center of the hole is 1/4 of an inch.
All right, so I'm making a note as well. This is so silly, but on slide number 74, I need to go back and adjust that animation for the transition. All right, now what we're going to do is remind you of how to take the volume of a sphere. There is a formula, and we provided it for you guys. Oh, there we go. It is 4/3 pi r cubed. And so what that means is you are going to have to calculate what the radius is. But before we do that, we would probably want to calculate what first? The diameter, because if we know what the diameter is, then we can go from there. So now, regardless of what your shape was, right, if you had some very irregular and interesting shape, you can still calculate this volume fairly easy. So you're going to take your, you can try this with your plastic ruler, or if you want to use your caliper, do so very carefully. Remember that the caliper is not a Play-Doh tool, but if you would like to carefully look at what the diameter is using that caliper, you may. And you might want to take this information, write it down on your graph paper, and you are going to record this in your digital notebook. But you are going to multiply the fraction 4/3 by pi, which is 3.14, in case if you have forgotten. How do I go from a diameter to a radius? I take half of it. So whenever I am calculating that diameter, I am going to divide it by 2. Someone in the room did say that you could cut it in half. You absolutely could, and then that might be easier to calculate. But you are going to determine what your radius is, and then you are going to cube that. We're going to give you a few minutes. Now, I will say this. I completely made up that number, so I am not 100% sure. If you have something, if it's an inch in diameter, then you'll have a 1/2 inch as your radius. But this is just a number I pulled out of thin air. Calculate this value, you want to make sure that your volume is recorded in your digital notebook. That is part of the formula. Whenever you're calculating this, that is part of what's given in the formula. So you can just have your students multiply by 4 and divide by 3 at the very end. But yes, that is part of the formula. Principal is also another option for the science people in the room that are recommending that. So this is on page 9 of your digital notebook if you're looking at the page numbers in the bottom right-hand corner, or page 13 as we go down the side. You are going to type in what your volume is, because in the next lesson, or in 2 lessons, you'll be calculating material cost. Okay, so Ms. Robin did ask a very important question. Can we go ahead and have the calipers and the steel rulers returned? Because you should not need those anymore. You can bring those plastic rulers as well, but before we do, so we don't have a mad stampede, right? Ms. Robin's going to have the Remington wipes up here for you guys to use. We're going to ask that you return the plastic rulers and the steel ruler at the same time. So if you can have one person from each table bring the rulers back up, that would be much appreciated. So another quick statement is that can we add the units in for the students in their digital notebook when they're calculating volume to add the inches cubed, so all they're doing is filling that in? I am adding that to the list of things to do. Okay, so we liked this version of having the Play-Doh and the model and letting them kind of calculate this. If you will, Miss Robin, are you ready for the calipers? All right, come on up, she says, if you have the calipers. She does have the Remington wipe. Your reflection question here is a reiteration of that essential question. When producing a technical drawing or a scale model, what things must you consider? So we want students to realize that you need to know what your dimensions are, what your scale multiplier is. Those are the kind of answers that we are looking for, and that is listed in your instructor's manual. Now, I am going to say, just based off of some of our conversation, be looking for us to send you an email with a push. This lesson is going to go under kind of an iteration of rework. So be looking for us to send you an email that has specifics about this lesson and updates regarding it, because there are some things that we're going to have to discuss. If you will, and you have the tape measure, you may go ahead and turn that in as well. We have just received news, Miss Robin, that lunch is here, but she is going to ensure that we have inventory control taken care of before we go to our lunch break. If you will, just leave your Play-Doh on your table and we will walk around and collect that. So you can kind of do some cleaning up. We will collect your Play-Doh and your blue plastic boxes kind of during or at the end of the lunch break. So if you want to take a moment to clean. I knew people were going to start darting for the door, like, you're not starting without me. I'm just getting it ready. I am just getting it ready. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit too so I don't blare the people away online. Okay, Miss Robin, is there any other items that we need to discuss? Oh, steel rule? Okay. All right, guys, lunch is here. It is in the cafe, and we'll see you guys back in the next 30 minutes or so.
All right, everyone, how was lunch? All right, while Sarah is putting some final touches on a few things, I thought we would just kind of chat. We only have a couple more hours together, and then off you go with your boxes. And our schools who are in Ohio, California, and Oregon, I think their boxes have started arriving, which is really exciting. So they're unpacking theirs. And here comes the rest of our team in. All right, so while we're waiting on Sarah, any questions about once we dismiss today? Everybody's excited about weaving this into your classroom? Any other? Y'all are so quiet. Y'all have to wake up this afternoon. Day 3 after lunch. It's the weekend. Is anyone doing anything exciting this weekend? All right, so we have an absolutely nothing. Very excited. How many of y'all are doing nothing this weekend? We have several in the rooms taking their Christmas trees down. All right, we're down here on the Gulf Coast. Mardi Gras season now is starting. How many of y'all have a Mardi Gras tree up? No Mardi Gras trees? Excellent. Okay, we have one. Yes. Yes. Are you in Midtown? Okay. So just to let all of our distance teachers know, because of COVID, it's kind of put a hold on Mardi Gras this year. And a lot of the neighborhoods are having their own little mini, they're calling them Yardy Gras. And they're having their little community parades and decorating the houses and stuff. So I think the idea kind of started over in New Orleans, and now it's trickled over here to Mobile. So everybody's staying closer to home, but still keeping the tradition going, which is really exciting. Are we ready?
I think we are. Real quick, they have usernames. We have strips of paper with their usernames on it. Somewhere. If we can get those out, or I can reprint if that's easier.
They're cut. I think they're in the conference room.
Okay, cool.
Find them.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and get started. So I've heard a lot of you very excited about getting into the CAD part of this, as are we. And we are basically going to walk through and assume that this is the first time that students have seen CAD. That might not necessarily be the case, but just out of curiosity, in your current classrooms, how many of you are already using Tinkercad? Okay, so we've got 3. So our goal is, so for the 3 of you, this might be something that whenever you are even going through the process of talking about scaling and whatnot, if they are already using that, you want to definitely fast forward to where we're getting into tinkering, and you're actually going to save some time. Tinkercad, what we have set up is a 2-day lesson. One is for exploration, and then one is for them to actually design their luggage tag rubric, because it was from the teachers that we kind of polled and reached out to, are you using Tinkercad? We got a lot of, we're looking into it, or I do it for extracurriculars, but not necessarily it's part of my curriculum. So what we've done is we've incorporated Tinkercad as part of the curriculum, and we're approaching this as though the students have not seen CAD before. So we really look, especially we had, and you might even get some responses online, Ms. Kelly, but the real goal here is we want to make this very applicable for the schools. So those of you that do use CAD in your room, and we have, like I said, 3 in the room, we would really like to kind of pick your brain about maybe an extension lesson that we could offer for your students, possibly a challenge or something if they are already familiar with CAD. So we're going to go into this with just tinkering around. So what do you know about 3D printers and how they work? That is the question that we open with. Our Toolbox Meeting Daily objectives is going to be to use a rubric to evaluate our design, and then we are also going to use CAD to create a one-to-one scale model of this. We have 2 key terms, computer-aided design and troubleshooting. For those of you who know anything about 3D printers, it is all about some troubleshooting, right? Going through and trying to figure out what some of this is, and talking about what to do as far as fixing problems. I will go through, we have an extension in class of this. What we want students to do is really get into Tinkercad, and then we are looking at the extension lesson being how 3D printing is used in aviation. So if you go to your riveting resources part of this, or maybe it might be in the resources file if it's not listed under riveting resources, you will see a lesson of, or a video. It's like a 15-minute video on 3D printing in aviation. Excellent. Beautiful. So this is the one where you are going to want to use a mouse. So if you have a computer mouse and do not have it out, you want to do so now. And the question for those online was, do Google Chromebooks use or work well with Tinkercad? And the answer was an overwhelming yes, they do play well with others. All right, Tammy and Twanda, I was just going to let you guys know, when you get your piece of paper, I combined your names. First and last and first and last. So I created a 4-student name, 4-name long. So I'm going to go through, I've already fixed it on my end. I just need to tell you what your usernames are. So when you get a piece of paper in a minute, somebody's going to be confused. I'm sorry, that was on me. I didn't press enter fast enough. Yes? That's correct. So, and we will talk about that whenever we get to Tinkercad. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sure. If you go to Kit 3, Resources, this is on the website. In the Resources file, go to Lesson 5, and there are 2 videos. One is 3D printing in aviation. The other is how to set up a Tinkercad classroom. Okay, perfect. So on that, we will get into Tinkercad in just a moment, and we have set up a video that takes you one by one, just a step at a time, making sure you know where to click and what to do and what might happen if your classes don't appear on your menu bar. So we will discuss that. But the other one is getting more in depth with 3D printers, because you guys that do have 3D printers and are experienced in that know that you can change a lot of the settings, right? You can change the infill, you can change the infill pattern, and it gets into those details. That lesson does. So if you want to know why a 20% infill is what comes standard, or you want to know why you use line or square infill patterns, all of that is talked about in that aviation video. So I would encourage you, if you want to take it to another level, to do that. But once again, I am reiterating that this is an introduction level. We start off with a real quick video. I'm not going to show this one to you. This is about how things work and how 3D printers work. It goes into talking about the slices and the different layers, and it says basically it's like when you're piping icing on a cake. And what a great example of that's exactly what it is, right? It goes through and it does one layer at a time, and it continues building on that, except instead of icing, it is plastic. So we will skip this video for right now, but this is how you debrief your bell ringer. And then we go straight into the introduction of Tinkercad and computer-aided design. So telling students that they have struggled through the sketches and the scale models and calculating the volume, there is an easier way. But we also know that you are not going to have all of the students download the Prusa Slicer, right? That's the software that goes with the 3D printer. Instead, we want to take them through kind of the baby steps of just computer-aided design. So this is the use of computer software that supports the design process, helping create, modify, analyze, and enhance a design. So we're going to take a real quick second, and here is just a short introduction for how to introduce Tinkercad to your students.
What do you see? A square? Well, don't be silly. This isn't just a square. I'll show you. We'll make 2 of them. Do you see it now? Still nothing. Let's remove a square. Well, now you must see it. It could be a table, right? Let's add some color, some perspective, add different shapes for fun. Squeeze it a little. To the right. A penguin? Why not? Do you think your penguin is ready for the world to see? Share it with the community. See what they make of it. Or just build something different yourself. A house. Your favorite video game character. I've got a riddle for you now. What is 13 squares, 5 circles, and a triangle? An enormous dinosaur. Didn't see that coming. Or why not a nifty tool to fix stuff in the house? Have it 3D printed and you're good to go. But keep on adding shapes. This could be anything now. We just designed a wacky racer together. A wacky racer, do you see? So, back to square one. See what I did there? Still think a square is just a square? Didn't think so. Tinkercad. Go from mind to design in minutes.
Okay, so it makes it sound, right, like all the students hopefully will then have the mindset of, hey, this is not bad at all. I will tell you not to be afraid of this for those of you who have not had a chance to teach the Tinkercad in the classroom, that it is very user-friendly. And I will say that whenever I referred to the Catapult Challenge earlier before lunch, and this is what I put my 8-year-old on, right? And he's, as much as I would love to say he is way above the curve, he's a genius, he's just a normal 8-year-old kid, right? So he comes in and when he wanted to do this, I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna try this out. It's the joy of having me as your mother. We're gonna try this out. So I sat him down at the dining room table, set him up with a mouse, and I was completely amazed at how much it was just almost like, oh, I drag this here, I drag this there. They have a couple of features that I'm going to show you in a few minutes that allow students to look at the designs as Legos and also as Minecraft. Right? So I feel like most kids are familiar with one or both of those. And anyway, so you'll see that this is an option for them. Now, what I would recommend doing, originally when we wrote this lesson, it was an I do, you do, we do. And we changed it instead to, and there is a little bit of that, but before you log on, so I'm going to ask you not to log on, just if you have, it's okay. But I want you to watch what we want you to do in the classroom. So you would tell your students that today is the day that they get to see Tinkercad, and they're going to learn all about it. But there's a few features that they need to do. We refer back to that Play-Doh model multiple times. One of the things that we say is just like you took that Play-Doh and you manipulated it and it was a mess, right? It made a mess, but it was fun. It was for my kinesthetic learners in the room, right? They really got their hands on it, but now we're going to take it from a Play-Doh standpoint and we're going to do it digitally. But this works just like the Play-Doh did. It's still things to be manipulated. You're just manipulating them online as opposed to in your hands. So the whole goal is they're kind of taking that transition of, I understand that I had Play-Doh and now I have digital Play-Doh. Okay, I can roll with that. So in your instructor's manual, I will bring this to your attention. We specify, there's lots of instructions, I will go back and talk about those in a minute, but we specify the things that we want you to demonstrate to the students in Lesson 5, Day 1. So you can see where it says display slide number 83. And then it says click the Tinkercad logo and show your students your Tinkercad account. So today you were my students. So you are going to watch as I click the Tinkercad logo, and I'm going to be all up in your space, Miss Robin, I'm sorry. When I click this, it takes me straight to Tinkercad. Yes. I have no idea. Miss Kelly, let me know if you can or cannot see me.
She's going to be working over here or something. Do we need to zoom out?
Okay, so I am going to show you my Tinkercad account and kind of just get you into creating a new design. And so I would show the students several different things. One of the things is that I would say, okay, so this is kind of your placemat activity, right? This is your work plane. And the very first thing that we want to show them is how to edit the grid and how to change these units. So if you notice, and this is for, like I said, beginners down here here in the bottom right-hand corner, you see something that says Edit Grid. So what I would do is I would demonstrate to my students. So we're going to edit the grid. Right now it is in millimeters, but we have been doing everything in standard units, so we're going to go to inches. Notice it also takes the units completely away as an option, and you could do this in bricks, but I would show my students that we're going to be working in inches, and I'm going to leave these presets as they are. If you would like to change them, you can, but no need to do that. From here, I can start showing students that this is just like, and you can look at the bottom and it says a snap grid. I'm going to come back to this point in a minute. I can change how precise my measurements are. You might want to go all the way down to a 64th of an inch, because the more precise, that just means that they can slide things over at not as big of a chunk, if that makes sense. I'll show you what that means in just a minute, but right now we're just going to leave it on 1/8 of an inch, and I'm going to drag and drop a box over, right? So I would be showing this to my students, and I just say, hey, this is what this box would look like, right? I could make this as large or as small as I want. Notice I'm clicking on a white square to do that, okay? The white square allows me to make these adjustments. There are 4 white squares, 1 on each corner, and then there is a 5th square right in the center. If I click on one of the white squares in the corner, it can allow me to make these adjustments. This is 3.5 inches, right? And so if I wanted to change that to 5, I could. And similarly here, I would click and enter whatever decimal I want. In order to calculate the thickness, I can use that middle square going up and going down, which we said our thickness was a maximum of what? 1/8 of an inch. So do you see how I can come down and it automatically specifies that this is 1/8 of an inch? It's not 3. I was going to say it's not 1/8 of an inch. Thank you. 1/4, down 1 more. 1/8. Thank you so much. And I can zoom in and zoom out. Now, one of the reasons why we want you to use your mouse, and I will show you once you get in here, is you are able to manipulate this differently. If I click on the right mouse button, I can actually control how I'm looking at this image. If I use the scroll wheel, I can shift it left and right. And so these are some things that you're going to learn how to do. But one of the things that's incredibly important is merging shapes. And your students will need to be instructed on how to do this. So I'm going to show you how to merge a shape. Let's say that I have, you notice these 2 shapes here at the top. This is a cylinder. So I can drag and drop a cylinder. Now, obviously, this cylinder is a little larger. This is 1 inch in diameter. We want ours to be 1/4 inch. So I'm going to type in 0.25 and 0.25. And then I have a little hole that I can go through and measure. I'm going to just stick it up in that corner. You can talk to your students about how to determine how far away it is and whatnot. But right now we're just merging shapes, so baby steps. We're going to go through and select this whole image. And then there is a button at the top right. This button at the top right, and I want to make sure that the people online can see because I don't have a huge highlighter here over my mouse, but there's something called group. When I click the group option, it makes the whole come to life. Okay? So I can manipulate these. If I wanted to merge things together, or maybe I wanted to cut. So some of you are like, okay, you've got a rectangle. You said no rectangles. That's correct. We did say no rectangles. So I could take this and manipulate it and maybe cut here, right? And then select all and merge and cut off a corner, right? I've got to get really creative. But here's the other thing. I've got lots of shapes to choose from. I'm not just dealing with a rectangle. So I'm going to have to get creative and think about how I can manipulate these together. The last thing that we're going to do is move the text over. And my text, I rewrite over my text here in the right-hand corner. And I'm going to type in WBIB, right? And then I can also make those adjustments as needed. But let's say that I have decided that I don't necessarily want to do this as a raised text because we said that this was 1/8 of an inch thick If I add text to it, it's greater than 1/8 of an inch, right? So instead, I'm going to choose to select this, not select this, I'm sorry, the WBIB, and instead of it being a solid, I'm going to make it a hole, right? And then I can select all and merge again. Now, at this point, your students are really going to want to get in there because they already have their design in their head, right? They're already starting to think, how in the world am I going to do this? Well, you're going to take some time and just drag and drop some of these different shapes. When we do this here at the center with our camps, I will even encourage my kids to go beyond the basic shapes. There is a drop-down menu, and let them, I let them write their name. They create a little nameplate, replace your letter with a little robot or something. So it's fairly easy to use, but it does take a minute for them to get oriented into the software. Okay, so with all of that being said, I'm going to jump back real quick to the presentation, and then I am going to pretend as though you are my class, and I'm going to say, so this is how we would walk through. Before we go any further, we're going to talk about a key term, troubleshooting. How do we troubleshoot? That is a logical way to check for where the source of the problem is. Remind students at this point of the undo button, and I have that listed to show you guys where the undo button is. I'll show you in a minute on the slide, right? Control Z or undo can be your friend, and this is not actual materials. This is digital, so they can go through and manipulate this as much as they want, make as many mistakes, start over as many times as they want, but their goal is in the first day, this is a 2-day lesson, day 1 is play. They're just playing. So when I get into this, we start out, so you, my students, I would tell you to go to tinkercad.com. And I'm going to ask you to log out of the account that you're logged into. You have created this account, which is phenomenal. And I'm going to show you how to make sure that whenever you were teaching this, you know what steps to take. But then I'm going to ask for you to go into the top right-hand corner, and you are going to click Join Now. Beautiful. So what Ms. Robin is saying is that all of you guys have had the chance to set up your Tinkercad accounts. Is that what you're saying? Oh, great. Perfect. Oh, I see. I see. You all have your piece of paper. Okay. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to be a student today. So click Students, Join a Class. Yes, please do not use your account. You are going to treat this as though you are my student today. So that way you will understand when your students go through this what the process should be, because the presentation is set up that way. So you're going to click Students, Join My Class or Join a Class. You should, yeah, I haven't gotten to that slide. You guys, do you have a piece of paper?
The piece of paper we just gave you, that is what you're going to be using. No, it is not.
So if I advance to the next slide, I'm trying, and I'll get yours, yes. Then you have your class code, because it will ask for the class code next. So we will give you time to do that. Hang on, I've got it one slide at a time, so just enter the class code on my slide. That's my class code. You are correct. The class code is listed here. That's okay. But remember, whenever you make a copy of this presentation, now I don't mind if they're in my class, that's fine with me. But you will need to insert your own class code. I'll show you how to generate it. Just a reminder, this would be a great time to take a sticky note, slap it in your presentation or in your instructor's notes and say, insert my class code. Yes, Miss Barbara. I Absolutely love you. This is not the class code. This is where you enter it. This is our class code. It's okay. Our class code is, you guys are rocking it. You guys are rocking it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Can we start over? Go to tinkercad.com. Join now. You are a student. You are doing great. SM3N 9TU4 U8 4U. Yes, that is slide number 87. Slide number 87. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Timmons. Yes, the reason why is because the original, you know what? I bet it's changed. If you refresh your page, I bet my numbers are there. Then yes, it is just a set of pound signs. So yeah, so that way you would know. So if you pop it up and it says our class code is pound, 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 then you know. Uh-oh. They'll just go ahead and put in 1, 2, 3. That's it. That's it. It'll drop the 0. Okay. So, sorry, I need to back up. It then asks you for a nickname. Is that correct? That's the next thing that you see. On your piece of paper, you have a username, or I think they refer to it as a username. This is one of the things that, yes, this first, the one on the left is your name, and then the one on the right is your nickname. So type in your nickname. The only reason why we generated these is because your students, if they do not have a pre-existing Tinkercad account, and they just enter in, because I think there's one option of join with your email. I think that's the other option that's there. If they do that, then it requires them to set up an account. That we will leave that up to you. So if you want them to be able to set up the account on their own, that is fine. I will give you a word of warning. If you teach students that are under the age of 13, they have to have parental consent. They have to input their parents' email address, and their parents have to approve them getting a Tinkercad account. We wanted to avoid all of that, so we generated the username IDs. I'm going to show you, once again, there is a video on how to do that, but we assumed that you didn't necessarily want to have to jump through all those hoops, so we generated a class ID, and that way you can go through and pass those out to your students. All right, I have 2 students on here whose names I had to create, these 2. Can you take a picture of that and walk it over there to them? Because I combined their names on their paper. Miss Robin's going to walk y'all's nickname over to you. I apologize. Okay. We'll wait till everyone is on the same page. Guys, I'm just going to say it is day 3. It is after lunch, and I am drinking coffee. I feel it. When you put in your nickname and you press enter or whatever the next step is, it should bring you to this screen. Okay, let's come check. You should just be able to enter this information in, and it should bring you to this page. If for some reason it does not bring you to this page, please make me aware so that way I can come and help you out. All right. Okay, so now you're going to click create. Oh, I should have used this for the class code. I didn't even think about it. Anyway, create a new design. This is where you are going to click, where the bright red arrow is pointing. Create a new design, and it's going to take you to the work plane. But there's a few things I want you to do before you start playing, and I am going to let you play for just a minute. Is in the top left-hand corner, they automatically generate a name for you, and these names are typically silly. And so we don't want a silly name, we want an actual name. So I'm going to ask that you put your first and last name, or possibly luggage tag for this class, whatever it is. Now, if you do want your students to have first and last name, or L. Kramer or A. Samory, whatever that case is, that's fine. But you will, if you've generated your classroom, you will automatically see their names. So they don't have to put their name in the file here. They can just write luggage tag, because I'm going to show you what that looks like in just a second. Okay. Next, I want you to edit your grid. So you're going to come down here to where it says Edit Grid. Change that to inches. And you can leave the rest of the presets there. It was a suggestion possibly to change those presets to be the size of the 3D printer bed. You can do that. That's completely okay. But your students are not supposed to be exceeding the length of an index card, so that's not really necessary. If you want them to do that, absolutely, please do, but it is not necessary because they have already their constraints. All right, and then if you would like to change the snap grid, and you'll see what I'm talking about in just a minute. You guys know whenever you're toggling over on your cursor, like to move something to the left, but then it jumps too far, and then you try to toggle it back and it jumps too far. What this basically means is it's going to snap it to 1/8 of an inch. So if you just wanted to barely move it, then you're probably going to want to change that to 1/64 of an inch. It automatically says 1/8, but if you want your students to have a little bit more leeway because they can't get their name just right, it's not centered perfectly on their luggage tag, then it would be my recommendation to change that to 1/64. Okay, all right, that's it for day one. I'm going to give you some time to play. Day 2 of this lesson is creating your luggage tag. So do some dragging and dropping. We're going to turn on a timer with a little bit of music. And seriously, that's all you guys are doing is just getting ready to do your luggage tag design. But take a few minutes to play, and I'm going to set a timer. Okay, let's take a minute to see where the questions are, because that is what I'm concerned about, is where are your user questions on manipulating these things. I'm going to delete what I have here so we can be starting from a fresh page. Miss Barbara, go ahead. Oh, what a great point. Okay, so Miss Barbara's question, for those of you that are online, said that she tried to insert a dice, because we're just playing right now, and when she went to insert the text, she had an issue because then it just went underneath the dice. So this is something that we did not specify. So you can see that they are similar in height, and I can decrease the size. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. I can decrease the size of the text, but in order to move the text up, there is a black triangle. Click the black triangle, and then you can make your text levitate. Okay, can you? So now that I have this, I can move it over. I say that I can. To where it's right on top. I'm going to change this text to a number or a letter. And see how it's jumping, like what I was talking about? So I'm going to change this down here to a 64th of an inch, and that allows me to make a little bit of a finer adjustment. I can see that I'm pretty much right there on it. Also, another point to make to students is they get really creative with their colors. They like, oh, look how pretty this is. Remember, your 3D printer, and this is something we will talk about, but it only has blue filament. So at the end, I do tell my students that when you merge things, it tells you the options of your colors. If you want to know what it's going to look like, go ahead and change that to a blue, and then you have a better idea. So let's bring out another text. So I've got one on there. I'm going to bring another one out. Let's say that one of the issues that I want to do is I actually want to rotate this. Okay? So the question would be, if I hover over here to the left, do you see this spinning dial that I can get? I can actually rotate that and the degrees pop up. And I can say, okay, it's at 90 degrees, but we see immediately an issue that students are going to say, okay, or they might not even recognize this, but the text is a little bit below the work plane. What I'm going to do is lift it back up. When I'm lifting it up, if you notice the numbers on the right, I wish I could do two things at once, but if you pay attention to this number out here, you want this number to be a 0. If you type in 0, it'll automatically put it straight on that work plane. And then I can make the necessary adjustments. So I'm going to shrink this. And it does take a little bit of finagling to make sure that you are on your dice. Oh, I just deleted the whole thing. There's the undo button. It's located in the top. It's a great moment to go ahead and point that out. Your undo is up there. So I can see that this text is still pretty thick. So I'm going to move it back a little bit. I'm going to change it from a text to the letter B, capital B. And then I'm going to move. In order to make it kind of centered on there, I am going to raise this slightly so that way it is centered. Go back and forth. If I wanted to twist it a different way, I have this option. When you see this one, I can make this go left or right. But then once again, in order to merge it, I would select the entire shape and click group. At any given time, if you want to ungroup your shape, you can do that by selecting all and clicking ungroup, and it does change it into the individual ones. But I'm going to leave this as grouped. Did that answer your question, Ms. Barbara? Oh. I think she's talking about on the bottom of the thing. Yep.
inside.
You are meaning engrave it? Okay. I'm so sorry. So I was thinking you were meaning how do you print on the bottom, and I was going to make this way more, I'm really good at that sometimes, making it way more complicated. So I'm going to go back and ungroup this real quick, which of course, once again, you can click your ungroup button, but instead of this being a text, I'm going to make it a whole. See how, that was way easier than what I was going. So then you have a whole, but you still, in order for it to actually take, you want to merge it. And then you have it to where it is set inside. So when I go back real quick, this thickness here is determined by how wide this is. So if I wanted it to go back or be split or whatever. Now keep in mind, this is those of you that have had experience in SolidWorks or Autodesk or AutoCAD, this does not go into as much detail. You are a little more limited than if you are in SolidWorks. So just keep that in mind. So I'm not finding a center point here, right? But instead I could say, well, I want this to be a thickness of, or I want the hole to go in 1/4 of an inch. And then I could move this item to where it was going back and almost flush with the face. Right? So, but I am limited as far as being able to see a lot of those dimensions. But I can make it flat to the face. I've clicked on the whole button and I can go back to merge or group. And then I know that that's 1/4 inch thickness. Okay? Thank you. And right now, as this stands, this is, let's go ahead and make this 1 inch by 1 inch. And I'm going to make the height 1 inch. So you have lots of different options here, but the next challenge will be for you to actually create your luggage tag and see if you can use your shapes. Remember, this is like a Play-Doh. This is something that you can manipulate. So whenever I see something, for instance, like a cylinder, you have to remember that this cylinder can turn on its side. I can make this long and narrow if I want, right? I can really change what this shape looks like because just like the Play-Doh, it's manipulated. But this is a great opportunity for students to recognize that, hey, sometimes I need to think in shapes. So whenever they are putting things together, they have to think in terms of shapes. There are several tutorials as well that you can assign your students. Tinkercad actually has multiple professional developments on kind of like they were talking about with the dinosaurs. You know, what do you see? What do you get when you have 14 squares, 6 circles, and a triangle? A dinosaur. They have different lessons that you can use to teach your students. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on another timer and let you guys build your luggage tags and get ready for export. I'm going to walk around and help you individually so that way as you have questions, I can answer them right here on the spot. And once the timer is up, then we are going to move forward.
Watch NFL games live all season long.
Great time if you're someone who's very familiar with Tinkercad and this was easy. See if there is anyone nearby you that you can assist and help answer some of these questions. Okay, I apologize to our online guests. They are not wanting to see these clocks. They are ready to move on. I am going to get it started back to our presentation segment. We are going to talk about this for just a second, but let me answer just a couple more questions and then we are going to move on. Okay, all right, we're going to get back on this because we do have many things to do. You can play on this. Several of the comments have been, is this something that we could possibly have for homework in future cases so that way you can play around a little bit and get a little more familiar with it. So we will look for that for future professional development things. When you are teaching this, you do have 2 full days of Tinkercad. If you need more than 2 full days, I completely understand that. This is something that we want the students to kind of familiarize themselves with, and you as well. But the idea here is that we have told these students that they are going to, sorry, let me get to the right page here, that they are going to be working in CAD and learning how to use modeling clay, right, digital modeling clay, and kind of making that comparison. Why is CAD, even though it can be frustrating, why is it better to use than Play-Doh? Because the turnaround is faster, right? I can make those tiny changes. They're more exact, they're more precise, they're more accurate. So start using some of that terminology. In day 2, when you discuss this, So the objectives are the same, but when you discuss this and you're setting them up in Tinkercad, remind them that they are using length, width, thickness, and that they are grouping shapes or holes together. And the other thing is, after they have really gotten into this, remind them that they need to test the product. How did we say we would test the product? Met the rubric. And in their student digital notebook, they have a rubric, and they can go through and they can classify this as a 1-point, 2-point, 3-point system. So whenever you look in your student digital notebook, you can say, yes, it does have a hole of an 1/8 inch. It is, a hole of a 1/4 inch. It is an 1/8 inch thick. And kind of go through those steps, let them self-evaluate. And all of that to say that we are getting ready to export what this would be and actually have it printed. So getting this designed in Tinkercad is one thing, but also exporting this and having it ready to print is something a little different. So from your student's perspective, what this would look like is you are going to go to the top right-hand corner and you are going to click Export. And when you do, you have 3 options for your exporting files: OBJ, STL, and another one. We want you to use the STL file. STL file is what it's going to be the most compatible. So your export here, you're going to go straight into STL. I'm going to pull my laptop over and actually get it on a barcode. So that way the students in the room and online can kind of see what's going on. Yeah, if you'll just set it down for me, Miss Robin, thank you. Can you change the front screen to read from a barcode versus from the lectern? Okay, and this is really, you could spend an entire workshop just on 3D modeling, because there are so many things that you can do with this. So I'm actually going to go and let you guys see kind of what I'm seeing as the teacher. So right now I have a total of 42 students. That's incredibly, bless my heart. You can't see what I see. Now you can. Okay, so one of the things here is this is what it looks like from my side. Notice I have a classes button at the top right hand corner. You can see that there should be, if you were signed into your account, which remember, you're currently my student. So you might want to log out in order to see this. But from a student's perspective, that is not what I expected to happen at all. It went to the wrong thing. Okay, so up here, you have your classes button, and you would click on that, and that would bring you to this page. You can see that right now I have 42 students. You guys are great. When I click on the We Build It Better class, then I have what is all of the login information. I can see when they were active, right? And I can verify that they were safe if I had created a username for them. And then you can see some of the login information might be slightly different, because that most likely means that these students have created themselves an account. And that's completely fine in this case, but something just to be aware of for you. This is how I add students and the class code. Let me repeat, there is a video that walks you step by step how to do this. Okay, and it's in that resources file. If I wanted to add multiple students, they do make it very easy for me to do. I always go to paste a list of students. And then what that means is, as I'm adding this in, I simply type and press enter. It is 1 student per line. And then at the bottom, I would just click add 3 students. And they're going to add them to the bottom of the list, or in the bottom of the list of the most recent students that I have added. So I can kind of keep track of what's going on. You can do this by class period if you want to have them separated by class period, or you can have all of your students in one class. If I need my class code for my presentation, I click class code, and there it is. I can copy that code and paste it straight in. Another item here is that I can look at all of your designs. Yeah, moment of truth. right? I can start seeing what all of these designs are. I can also see when the last time you worked on this is. Oh, there's Miss Angela's. I recognize that one. Okay, Miss Tammy's, yep. So you have lots of different options. I can load more designs. I can see these different designs. I can see the names of their, of their file, and I can also see their name. So this goes back to you do not necessarily need them to have both their name and as the name of the luggage tag and that itself. You can have just a luggage tag, or they can leave it whatever they want. So I almost was thoroughly impressed because copy of The Small Town looked like something someone was doing. I was going to be like, wow. Okay, so we have lots of options here. Mr. Mark Breedy did a fantastic job. I'm going to click here, and I can actually look at his image. If I want for my students to not have to go through the export process, I can download this and do this myself if I don't have time in class, or if there's a student that's doing this from home, right? And I want to have the option of downloading that. If I wanted to borrow his design, I could also click copy and tinker it myself, right? So he still keeps his file and I can add to that. The students don't have the options of viewing each other's files. This is simply me as the teacher. So lots of really cool options. And then as far as the activity goes, I can see how frequently someone was on this. I also have the option of banning them. Lots of different options here that you can go through. So this is a nice feature to have it set up as a class, so that way you can monitor where students are, especially for your remote learners. So the question was, you do have likes and comments under activity, and it says there is no data for the selected category. So I'd have to do a little bit more research to be able to answer that, unless if someone knows off the top. Those of you that have used Tinkercad, go ahead, Miss Stephanie. Excellent. That makes complete sense. So they do have the option of posting this, to explain to those that are online. You do have the option of posting this to the Tinkercad library, and then you can get likes and comments from there. Go ahead, Miss Stephanie. Okay, so that is another, say it one more time. I am going to, yes, ma'am. So for our online guests, we want to make sure that you are aware that it has been the experience of one of the teachers in the room that you want to stay away from the Tinkercad library, because sometimes the content has been proven to be inappropriate, and so to avoid that it's pretty easy to do. You don't want to necessarily bring that to their attention. So anyway, but you do have, I feel like they'll be pretty preoccupied. It's been my experience that right. As long as you don't bring it to their attention, they're fine. It's been my experience that most of the time the kids are so preoccupied by what's going on in the actual Tinkercad room or the design area that they don't really focus beyond this. I'm going to click on one of the images that I tinkered and show you a couple of things, so you can see here that we have a little sample, but I can also click, I don't know if you've done this yet, the Minecraft option. Right, my Minecraft option would show me. I can tell what type of block this is. I will tell you, I know nothing about Minecraft. I'm so sorry if that's an insult to anyone in the room, but I can change like how detailed I want this to be, and then students could export this potentially if they wanted to. The Legos I can tell you a lot about, because I do know a lot about Legos. And I can go through and say, hey, I don't have, right, this is more pixelated, because I wouldn't have the same precision that I would need, right, if I were dealing with a Lego. Yes, ma'am, Miss Stephanie. So with that being said, Miss Robin, would you like to distribute the item? She's really excited. So Ms. Stephanie was making the point that as you print these, be aware, for instance, that the letter B, and I do not have a mouse, I'm doing this with a mouse pad, the letter B is not attached to anything else all the way around it, and neither is the R. So those pieces, whenever you do 3D print, if you do a hole, it messes those up a little bit. But we knew we wouldn't have the chance because, like we said, this would take several hours to print. So part of our homework, right, over the evening, ladies, was to print you guys some luggage tags. So we printed you some We Build It Better luggage tags to take home. And you will get the snap that goes with it. But as Ms. Stephanie is saying, you will notice on there some of the B's are missing that. Keep that in mind whenever your students are printing something, that if they have a floating space in the middle, that will not have anything to attach to, so it'll kind of pop out. So take a minute and snap your We Build It Better key tag together. Right, and you can do that. That's another point, that if you want to add very thin background on this, so that way they will stick together, that is an option. Your hole doesn't have to go all the way through. It can be just kind of inset. And the more familiar you get with Tinkercad, then the better off you are. The benefit of Tinkercad, and I will say this, is you can get out of issues a little easier in Tinkercad than you can if you're stuck in SolidWorks. So in SolidWorks, if you are familiar with it, it's great, but there are times where you can get really lost. With Tinkercad, you're typically just a couple of clicks away, even if you're just backing out of that. Okay, so I'm trying to think if there's anything else. When you click export, that's kind of where I was leaving off. When you click export, the GLTF file is your other option. We do want you to do your STL file. You can notice if you have access to a laser cutting machine or even a CNC machine, these are also compatible file types. So you can do that as well, which is really a cool option. But we're going to choose the STL file. And when you do, it is literally just a file that downloads here as an STL. A couple of things for you teachers to be aware of is an STL file is simply a shape file. It does not carry any color with it or texture, really. It is all about just that shape and putting those shapes together. I'm going to take a moment to walk you through the Prusa Slicer software. So now we are here at the 3D printer. This is where the students have submitted it and they have said, okay, here we are, we're done, we have designed our file. And this is really kind of where they pass the baton to you and you are getting into printing these. So obviously we printed 24 of these last night, right? And quick math tells me that 24 times 30 minutes, I didn't have enough time to get all that done. Well, we also have a small 3D printer farm located a little bit down the way. So that does work to my advantage. But when I'm doing this, I can stack some of these on the Prusa Slicer. So what I'm going to show, and we do have a print that's on here. Who printed this? Ben, if you want to come grab it off real quick. And then what I'm going to do is show you how this works so you are aware. It is very user-friendly. If you go to your resources file, there are 3D printer instructions. I'm going to open that file now and talk with you about that. So you have two hyperlinks right here at the top. Both of these are from Joseph Prusa himself. I think I might have jumped a little too quickly. So let me come back. This is in your WBIB resources file. I'm looking at it from the Google Drive side. You can see this is where the Jamboard is located and all of those additional resources. And we are going to the 3D printer instructions. When you open that, looks like several of you are on there with me now. When you open that, this is meant to take you kind of step by step of some of the things. These first two links are videos from Joseph Prusa, who is the founder of the Prusa Mini, and this is actually a Prusa Mini Plus. Anyway, and this is how to go through and get you set up and started. And Miss Kelly and Miss Robin have talked to you guys about the fact that we do have other additional resources available for you guys as far as setup is concerned, so we can touch back on that if needed. But the second item, you have a list of things that come with your Prusa Slicer. And that's what you guys have been printing. You have your nut and bolt, right? Literally the nuts and the bolts. You have little sheep, which is just precious. I don't have any more of the benchies. They are gone. There's a cute little pug on here known as Buddy. I'm not sure if that's a pug. I don't know if that's a bulldog. It's a bulldog. I'm sorry. This is a frog. We've got a whistle that does make noise. Be aware of that. A little Prusa tag, an extra frog. So it is our request that somebody take a few of these on your way out. But setting this printer up from beginning to end is fairly easy. I think I have a demo table button. Okay, so I'll remove all of our coffee and Windex and everything else I have on here. Perfect. Okay, so for this, a few things. The screens, when I put my fingers all over them yesterday. I had to clean our mask. Well, there's for the Prusa, the magic behind the curtain, right? Okay, so with this, we did not use a cleaning device on any of the 3D printer parts. But a few things that we do want to make you aware of is that this is a magnetic plate. And so it's a pretty strong magnetic plate. It is double-sided, so it doesn't matter which direction it is. Yesterday I wasn't sure if it had two different types of textures, but that's not necessarily the case. In case if for some reason one side gets scratched, you can use the other side. But this is also flexible, and we had mentioned that it's like an ice cube tray where you can just flex it and pop it off. But a lot of times we have noticed while these prints are happening, if they sit on there for a minute, once they cool, because of the texture of this plate, you hardly have to pop anything off. They kind of just slide on their own. There are huge signs up here on this bed that says, do not print directly on this surface. So hopefully that'll help you remember. There are 2 guide screws up here at the top to make sure that this plate can easily be connected. And then you can notice as you've come up here, hopefully you've had a chance to play with this a little bit, but you have a lot of 3D printed parts. And these parts make this very lightweight and friendly. But this knob down here is something where you're just kind of switching back and forth, and then you press the button. The hardest thing to remember is that this is not a touch screen as soon as because you see the screen illuminated and you want to touch on it and nothing will happen. So remember that it is that knob that you use. Another feature of this printer is they are compatible with Raspberry Pis, which is something that we're looking to code with in our kit number 6, I believe it is. So if we do continue in that direction, then we will be able to also come back to our 3D printer and do some really cool things with our Raspberry Pi. But anyway, I want you to be able to come up and really work with this. Some of the questions have been, have we tried other type of filaments? I'm going to be honest, I was going to try to print with a TPU, and I have not had that option yet. I know with the ABS and the PLA filament, it prints very nicely, and if it can print with ABS, then hopefully the TPU shouldn't be bad. Have not tried to print with PETG or anything else. So for those of you that are 3D printer experts, I will keep you abreast as far as what that means, and I'll probably add to the Jamboard there so that way we can kind of have that as a discussion board. But I will keep you updated. Oh, okay. Adhere? Adhere? The purple glue sticks, the Elmer's glue sticks. So we'll look at that, and like I said, I'll keep you updated as far as that information is concerned, because I will tell you right now, I couldn't answer that right off the top of my head. But you do have a USB file that's right here, and this keeps record of everything that you need. So as you get ready to load this file, you are just simply going, and it's a real nice metal USB. Okay, it has a key ring on it. Smart decision. And I am out of USB ports. I'll pull that one out. And so I'm going to walk you through kind of how to do this with the Prusa Slicer software. You do have to go on the website, so you can see that I can access the files. I'm trying to stay out of the way down here. But you do have to go to the Prusa Slicer software to download it from the website. Let me make sure that link does work. Perfect. It looks like I had a typo there, so I will work on that in just a second. Ms. Robin, please make me a note, the Prusa Slicer software link. But you were simply going to go to, for those of you that might be online and ready to do it right now or in the room, all you do is Google Prusa Slicer software. It is through Joseph Prusa's 3D printers, and it is right there on the file. So there is no point in me just saying this. Why can I not just do this while I'm here? Here you have it with your introduction and download. So I'm going to copy and paste, and that will be done and out of the way. Okay, so you can see that the software download, there's a different download for Macs than what it is for Windows. Be aware of that. And then once you get that installed, give me just a second, guys. Done. Up to date. So refresh your page if you're following along with me, and that'll take you straight to it. When you get to the Prusa Slicer software, it will download and look like this icon in the bottom right. I'm going to go ahead and open that up. Bottom left, just kidding. Okay, so when you look at this, this is what your initial settings are. Now, when you're printing this luggage tag, okay, so all I have done is opened up the application. Here's your Prusa Slicer icon down here in the bottom left. Once I open that up, this is the first thing that I see. The settings can stay. If you want to go into detail and talk about your different infills and the patterns, I'd love to stay around and talk with you, but we have everything designed to just be set as is. Once you've done this, you are going to want to import your files. Well, depending on how you choose to collect these files from your students, if they are sending them to your email or if you are going and pulling them yourself, once you get ready to import, and I'm going to do that now, File, Import, I'm going to import an STL file, so it's the very first option. And it is, I'm going to go to my quick access because it should be the very last thing that I did. So you can see right down here, I have the We Build It Better. I'm going to open this up, and you can see that it plops it right down. The beautiful thing about this is I can print not just one of these, I can print multiple. So I can import something else. If I had another file, I have all We Build It Better files. So I'm just going to keep putting those in right now. I had a few name and luggage tags on here, but as I continue to import, I can stack these. So I don't have to print one at a time. So if you can file import multiple times, last night when I printed these, I printed 8 at a time. So the benefit of that is not necessarily, well, it's going to print any faster. That's not true. It's still going to take the same amount for each individual luggage tag, but it's the fact that you don't have to go through the software as many times. Does that make sense? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so for those of you that are online and listening, the thing is that Ms. Stephanie was saying that in her classroom, she actually does a lot of this. She tinkers in Tinkercad and combines the files there and then exports them as one lump file, or one file. So that way she doesn't have as many to do. So that's another option for those of you that might be interested in that. But what we're trying to do is make sure that you do not have as much work. A few things to be aware of with your 3D printer. And once again, I do not have a mouse. I'm doing this with a mouse pad. You want to make sure that this is on the face of the printer. So sometimes, for those of you who might know, your students might even tilt an image slightly, and if it is tilted, then what's going to happen is it won't print correctly. So you need to be aware of that, but I can also click place on face, and it will do that. Sometimes I will forewarn you, you want to look at those files before you export them because you want to make those changes, if at all possible, in Tinkercad. You want to kind of look for that. Other options are I can rotate it if I would rather, but most of these are just going to import as flat images. And whenever I get ready, so all I have done at this moment is File, Import. After this, I click Slice Now. It gives me a different looking option, and I love this slide, all right, because I'm one click away from being done. We've said File, Import. I feel like you guys are comfortable with that. The second thing is we click Slice Now. If you notice right down here on this section, it gives everything to me. Once again, this is from the Czech Republic, so you do see everything is in metric. But let's look here, the used filament, how much filament is used. They give it to me in a volume. It is millimeters cubed. If you really want to do a conversion and have a math check with your students, go right ahead. But then I can also see that this takes 1 hour and 8 minutes to print 2 of these, which is about 30 minutes per print. Okay, so I'm being told there's a newer version that has inches, which is phenomenal. Cool. So whenever you're downloading that software, be aware of that. I will go back and do the very same thing. But you want to click Export G-Code. And what this is doing is it's taking the file that you've created and basically formatting it to be ready to go into your 3D printer. So I'm going to go down here. When I click Export G-Code, it brings this file window up. I'm going to come down to where it says Prusa Mini. And now I have a We Build It Better. I'm going to save it here. So I want to review to make sure that you are with me. Last thing is I'm going to remove the device, right? There it is, nicely on the screen. So, it can now be successfully removed. Thank you. All right. So all I'm doing, I'm closing it out completely to make sure, because this is the moment where I really wish, and we can create a video on Prusa Slicer software. I have linked several videos for you, but all you do is go in, you open up the Prusa Slicer software. So if you're taking notes with those Post-it notes, this would be the time. Look at there, an update available. Not right now. All right, so File, Import. You choose your STL file, whatever that looks like. You can do it as many times as you want. You click Slice Now. Once you do that, you click Export G-Code, and then you take it straight to that USB drive, which I have now removed. Okay, so just a few clicks. You don't have to get incredibly lost in that software, although it does have a lot of options. Once I've done that, I'm going to take this, stick it right back in here, and then you guys get to witness the first We Build It Better luggage tag being printed. So I'm going to go to where it says Print. We Build It Better is at the top. I'm going to click Print, and away it goes. Okay, so getting the information from the student to here is not necessarily difficult, but it will be time consuming. So we do want to make you aware of that. Remember, it's about 30 minutes per student whenever you're printing these. So the more elaborate and the larger and the bigger and whatever, it's going to add time. So just be aware of that. But the good news is we knew that you did not have time to just stop everything and continue going, right? Because you're not going to get this done within 24 hours, most likely, unless you're just really dedicated, and I'm very impressed if you are. But instead, you're going to want to move on with these lessons. So we're going to take some time. Miss Robin, do we keep marching forward, or do we want to take a break? Where are we at with everything? So
we're getting down to crunch time. We have 2 more lessons to do, and we have an ending that we need to go through, and you need to get all your boxes. So why don't we...
Full install.
So do you want to go...
5-minute potty break.
5-minute break?
Take a 5-minute break real quick.
Set a 5-minute timer. Go quick.
You are going to need to access the data analysis sheet that you had from your research lesson. So if you will, go ahead and open that back up. Lesson 3. It was a Google Sheet, and it was the one that you guys actually put information inside of. So mine looks like this. If you're looking at the current template, you're going to see something that looks. Can you change this to Barco? Video wall change. Sorry. Change it to Barco. So this is what mine looks like. If you want to follow along with me, you may. I am going to try to go over this effectively, but also quickly. So I might not get through all of the clicks. I will say at the end of the lesson that we just finished, there is another interview from Protospace, and that talks a little bit about how 3D printers are used in aviation. If you click on that video file in the resource file, you will get a nice, cool little story about how sometimes 3D printed parts can literally save thousands of dollars. So anyway, so if you're interested in learning more about that, feel free to use those resources. Then we're going to move straight into lesson 6. I'm not going to go through the bell ringers just yet, but we're talking here about I need to go through the bell ringers, so I'm just going to say them. I don't have them pulled up, but if you're following along, it is slide 101. And what we talk about is if you go to the mall and you purchase a pair of shoes, where does your money go? And we want students to start thinking about, okay, well, goes to the person I hand it to, right? But let's say that you bought a pair of Nike tennis shoes. Well, that means Nike gets a cut. Most likely the person who sold you, the store, gets a cut so they can pay their employers. If you bought it at a mall, there's probably an overhead cost, right? So there are a lot of different factors that go in. And we want students to start thinking about that, but because they're about to place a price on their luggage tag. Right? So the whole idea is how much can I charge for my luggage tag? I'm sure after you guys have finished this Tinkercad experience, some of you are probably like, yeah, $3 million sounds about right for my time and effort. I will not forget the first time that I made a Christmas wreath. It was a lot of fun. I put so much effort in it. 3 days later, told my mom I think I'd do this for a living. Sell them for $350 each because that's how I felt by the time I was done with it, right? So students are really going to want to inflate those prices. They're going to want to mark them up. So if you look at the very first key term, it is markup. And talking to them about how to know how much can you mark it up. What's a reasonable amount? Because students have a really difficult time of just placing that price tag on there. I'll just wait. So, so it's not on the screen. This is just me talking. But we get into wholesale cost. And we talk to the students about the fact that when they buy something from the mall, it is a retailer that they are buying it from. But we're going to look at wholesale and look at how to calculate that wholesale cost. And we do that with this data analysis sheet. So I'm going to show you kind of how this has been set up. They would be working in teams of 2, but when they calculated their volume, which will feed right into their materials cost, that volume is going to be different for the 2 students, correct? There's no guarantee that if you compared volumes with those that are at your table, it's probably not the same. Yes? No? You guys are just as tired as I am. I can see it in your face. We're almost there. Come on, this is the end. This is where you sprint. We're not going to go that fast, but this is where you sprint. So when you're looking at the wholesale cost, you have to look at your materials cost, and that's going to be per individual, but you're with a team. So you'll find what happens is after you look at your price data analysis, which is right here on the bottom, they're going to have to kind of venture off into their own set of information. So when we look at the price data analysis, we see, oh, my average price is $4.64. That's what my average price was based on my data. Yours is going to be different because you did a little bit of different research. Then I can come down to the bottom. I can see the cheapest tag that I researched was $4, the most expensive one, $7.95. Right? So if I place a luggage tag for $15 on here, nobody's going to buy it. Or maybe. I wouldn't have to sell as much. But I need to look at this and kind of notice that this gives me a range of prices. This very last sentence is very important. If the retailer's markup is removed, it gives me a new price. Amazon, on average, marks up about 15%. And so if I remove that, I get about $3.94. Now, this has calculated all of this for me. All I did was click on a tab, right? That's what we want students to do. We want you to have a conversation with your students that says, look at these numbers. Notice that my wholesale cost would be $3.94. We're going to come back and talk about that number. Again, if I had a board in here, I'd be writing it down, $3.94, and I would say wholesale cost. That's mine. Yours, of course, is a little different. So from there, we're going to calculate material cost. And you notice this splits into team member 1 and team member number 2. Yes, Miss Kelly, I'm going to change this percentage so they can see it online. I knew you would ask. All right, so now I need to enter my volume. So you guys have a copy of this, right? And we typed in the volume into your student digital notebook? Yes? All right, so if you will, go back, or let's make it a little easier. Can I get 2 people to call out what their volume was? Miss Stephanie. 0.522 inches cubed. Is that correct? All right, excellent. Can I get somebody whose is slightly larger because they probably ranged quite a bit? 1.02 inches cubed. Okay. When I type these numbers in, and this is coming from their lesson on calculating the volume of the Play-Doh. If you got 2.56, that's okay. All right, whatever that volume looks like, you're sticking this information in. And then there's a lot of words that go with it, okay? So let's look at that. When 3D printing, the infill is set to be 20%. So let's reduce the volume, right? So I have a new volume that it's taking. It calculates my PLA filament and gives me what my material cost is, 72 cents. That 72 cents is incredibly important. If you look in your student digital notebook, you will see it says, what is your material cost? So for student number 1, it was 72 cents. For student number 2, $1.41. Do you see how this works? You would enter this information in depending on which student you were. I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. All right? Then we go, and all we do is we click the tab that says overhead cost. And these slides go right along with this. So in order to calculate my overhead cost, I take 15% of what my materials cost is, because we're just giving them averages. What we want them to pull out from this is that the overhead cost for team member number 1 is about 61 cents. It's going to be different for team member number 2 because they might need more power, right? And there's instructions in your instructor's manual that says overhead cost means your utilities, right? Your power, your water, the power that's necessary for your 3D printer, right? The filament is your materials cost. Those things are mentioned. Yes, sir, Mr. Brady. The math isn't right. You are correct. It's not right. The formula's off. Thank you so much, Mr. Brady. So that is a really quick change. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So 15%, yeah, you're right about that. I didn't even catch on. I was trekking along. So 15%, that's a little bit better, 11 cents, and 21 cents for the overhead cost. Then we continue on. The next thing is the manufacturer's markup. This is the last page, and I'm going to stay right here because I know that this is once again an overwhelming page. But I want you to look at your options. The students are reading a chart here. So your approximate wholesale cost, remember this is what I wrote on the board earlier, was $3.94. I then have typed in my materials cost and my overhead cost. Next, I'm going to calculate my manufacturer's markup. But the question is, what can I mark up? How high can my price go? So we gave the students a 50-cent tolerance level, right? We'll allow them to be within 50 cents of whatever their average price was that they researched. So let's look at that. $3.94. Within 50 cents for person number one, wow, they hardly used any material. So you can see that they could go up to a 100% markup or above. They would say that my markup percentage is 100%. We did cap it off at 100%. Press enter, and then it tells you that they would make 83 cents for every luggage tag they sold. Similarly, on the bottom, when you go to this one, once again, this is up to 100%. So when we made these, we did make these with a little bit more volume. But when we go up to 100%, then they can get $3.25 per luggage tag, right? That's their total cost because it includes that. And that exceeds the value because that is the story of my life. That's a beautiful thing. Oh, goodness, goodness. And ta-da, thank you guys. $1.62. So you can see that they can calculate that. They record it in their digital notebook. The goal is here for them to choose their price based off of their research. At this point, we are done with the data analysis sheet. I will say we give an entire day for this, and they are just recording this in what we call a specification sheet. So you have all day to go over those 3 or 4 tabs right here at the very bottom. On the price data analysis, it's just a really quick statement of this is your average. Then this is your material cost, which you've already calculated from your volume. Your overhead, assuming that I can type numbers correctly, is pretty easy to calculate, right? They're not touching any buttons. All of this has been generated for them. And then the last thing is the manufacturer's markup. The reason why we love this activity so much is because it's based on what data they have generated. It is not something that I am feeding them. It is based on their research, and that is what is impacting their results. Okay, so that is it for Lesson 6. Go ahead. Yes, so for the question for those online it was a question of when you capped, why did we cap it at 100%? Because it would be nice for them to see that they could make more money. Whenever we put these values in initially, we did realize that the volumes, I am not doing this correctly, Miss Robin, I am trying to multitask. I'm sorry, and I shouldn't. But anyway, whenever we did this, our volumes were a lot larger. And whenever we put it in there, we could not go down low enough to the 0%. So when we ran these first tests, the numbers that you guys gave me were a lot smaller than what we had seen already. So we actually had, we were on the opposite end of that with a 0%, right? We were having to lose money basically in order to stay competitive. So it would be interesting to see what kind of results you guys get from this, because maybe that is something that we look at is creating a different deficit. Maybe we look at a negative 100% to a positive 200% or whatever the case is. So that'll be something that we look at the data for. That's a great point. Okay, so Lesson 7. This is what Lesson 6 looks like. I didn't talk this fast, though. Okay. Wholesale cost. This is kind of just walking you straight through it. Their spec sheet. So they're going to put this on. Length, width, their thickness and material. This should come from their technical drawing. Their material, you will have to fill in for them. you will have to tell them that you guys are using what's called PLA filament. So this is something that you will have to provide to them. There is a reason for this, because they will possibly be redesigning with leather and with other materials in future kits. Not this one, because this is where you guys stop. So you want to make sure that you tell them here that they are using a PLA material. And we'll talk about the polylactic, is it polylactic acid? Am I saying that right? I'm second guessing everything right now. Okay, so anyway, but we'll be talking about that in the very next lesson. The material cost, overhead cost, all of that straight out of their digital notebook. And then they come down shipping. You will have to tell them, in order to have a spec sheet, which the storyline is, you have created this, Miss Michelle created a great problem for us. It's taken us all day to solve it. And we are assuming that you guys are going to be in huge success stories, and we need to mass produce this. If we're mass producing this, then we need a spec sheet, right, that has all of these details on it. And so we have given them a very basic spec sheet. Then you end with your reflection question and getting into lesson 7. I'm so excited because this is the last major lesson that we're going to be covering. Lesson 8 is still that review lesson, so we are there. Home stretch. Yes, ma'am. PLA. The question was, what is the material? It is PLA filament. Great question. Okay, so lesson 7. We have to finish the product design process. The good news is the hard part is behind us. Lesson 7 makes students think about the last steps of the product design process. Like, for instance, what happens to something when you throw it away? The big idea is always listed in the instructor's manual, and we want them to realize a lot of times that ends up on a landfill. And so if I am going through that, if I'm not recycling it, and this is a plastic, so do I recycle this plastic, or how do I dispose of it? We're wanting them to think about the overall life cycle of this filament. So we're moving on. Sector 1, they are going to calculate shipping cost. Ms. LaCroix, why in the world are we calculating shipping cost? Because it's part of the product design process, right? Step 6, ship the product. So we need to confirm market requirements and locations and decide on the best method of delivery. So what does that look like for a student? I'm going to make this as easy as I could for you guys. You have 4 options. Choose one. And if the students can't see on your screen, it's in their digital notebook. And it is literally just a choice. We're not going into, we talked about trying to get on an online calculator generator. It was terrible. It cost on average about $40 to send it over just to Mississippi. So we were like, this is not working. The basic cost, we had a real issue with finding what that was online. So instead, we said we are giving them some flat rates to choose from. So the way that we want you to explain these to your students is on the left, you have a 7 to 10 day option. You can be as cute or as standard as you want to be. On the right-hand side, you have your express option. You can get it there in 1 to 3 days, and you can be as fancy or as official as you want it to be. And so they have the option of a regular envelope, a fancier manila envelope, a priority mail envelope, or a shipping box. Okay? So those are their 4 options. They make their decision, and we remind them, don't forget about that spec sheet. Go back and add this so that way you can calculate your total cost. Okay? Once again, all of this is in the instructor's manual. Let's move on. The next thing, survey your customers. Ms. LaCroix, why in the world are we surveying our customers? Because, students, it's part of the product design process, right? It's all about looking at your success and failures. And you haven't gotten your luggage tags just yet. Remember, this is designed so you don't have to turn around and hand them a luggage tag before you can continue with the lesson. Keep on trucking. So with this, analyze your success and failure. Where are you at as a customer? So let's design a customer survey. We want them to ask some customer survey criteria questions. And here's some bases to ask. I can't remember how far down, the bullet points go. So when they're asking their questions, we want them to think about their criteria. Now, we also want to give them some survey do's and don'ts. This really complements the business model that we're wanting to implement in Kit 7, because they will have to create a Google form eventually, so that way they can have, you know, an official customer survey. So that was kind of the mindset there. I don't know. And I could check, hang on. The do's and the don'ts. The do's here, write a brief introduction to your survey, write at least one open-ended question, write clearly understood questions. The don'ts are, don't ask a yes or no question. Well, students are going to be like, well, then what do I ask? Give them the recommendation of using a scale. On a scale of 1 to 5, how satisfied are you with your product, right? It always helps if you say it in a very soothing tone. So make sure that you give them options when you tell them, don't do this, but you can ask for a scale. Don't ask for personal information. We don't necessarily need their name, their address, date of birth, social security number, credit card number, because we do not want to be an unsafe digital citizen. We want to make sure that we're keeping things safe. And then do not ask for 2 responses in one question. What we're wanting students to understand is we do not want them to say, do you like the color and the material? We want it to be a single answer, right? Or have them have a range that they're answering on. So these are some do's and don'ts. Both of these actually occur on the same page of the student digital notebook, so they can see both the criteria and the do's and don'ts at the same time, so they can start creating these questions. The other thing that goes along with this, and I don't think this is up here, is in your digital notebook, if you will look at this. I'm trying to get there, hang on just a second. It is on page 18. We have created a template for a customer service survey, customer satisfaction survey, and we're asking the students to generate 3 to 4 questions. So they're just coming up with questions based off of their criteria, okay? And they're inserting that straight into their satisfaction survey. And then we end this lesson with saying, predict the life cycle of the luggage tags. What this is a very short video on, why are we doing this? Because we want to see what the environmental impact is. And this is a survey, this is a video on PLA, so you can learn a little bit about it. We're going to take just a second and watch this. I think it's 1.5 minutes long.
Hi, meet this guy, PLA, polylactic acid. He looks like plastic, but with much lovelier characteristics. Why do we love PLA? Well, PLA is eco-friendly. It is made of 100% natural material. To be exact, it is an extract from plant starch, much like corn, yam, and potato. Quite a variety, and we're one happy family. You recognize these disposable items? Well, they can be made of PLA too, but it is not heat resistant, only good for cold food and beverages. Eco-Concept uses the latest and most advanced type of PLA for producing durable items, with heat resistance up to 120 degrees Celsius. Since Eco-Concept uses the most advanced PLA and is made of 100% natural material, it is absolutely safe for the body and for the earth. Biodegradable and compostable. It's definitely BPA-free. Better yet, it is microwave and dishwasher top rack safe. The carbon emission during material production is 60% less than ordinary plastic. Compared to traditional plastic, PLA is 100% free of BPA, plasticizer, and any toxic substance. PLA is good friends with our environment. Now that we have options, more and more people chooses PLA over plastic. Just look at these mugs. PLA is green and safe, and that's why everyone loves PLA.
Okay, so just a very short snippet of information about PLA. I'm going to give you some more information, and it is in your 3D printer file, and just things to make you aware of. One, PLA's main content is cornstarch. So it is biodegradable. Okay, so that is something that I want you guys to be aware of for a couple of reasons. One, it is very important to keep it stored properly. If you leave, and anyone who has had any experience with a 3D printer knows that if you leave PLA out, then it becomes very brittle and it's almost impossible to print with. If you do not leave it in a storage container, and I'll tell you the real fancy containers that we recommend, but if you have this just left out in the open, then in about 2 months, 1 to 2 months, I think it's actually 1 month, that will already become almost useless. It'll just be so incredibly brittle because of the humidity that we deal with. As someone who was in a very humid building when I taught, I did not realize that to begin with, and I thought, oh my gosh, I was doing all kinds of things with filament, trying to make sure that I was keeping it protected. I went through the really painful effort of putting it in a 5-gallon bucket and taking the desiccant packets and sticking it in there with a seal on top. And there was a very sweet person who said, why don't you just put it in a Ziploc bag? I was like, that's a way better idea. So Miss Robbins, the one who made my life a little easier there. So whenever you are going through and storing this, it does not have to be in a fancy 5-gallon bucket with a twist top and desiccant packets in there. You can just use a Ziploc bag. That's also an option. And if you do it that way, then it's guaranteed to last up to 2 years. So you've got a shelf life difference from 1 month if you do not store it properly, up to 2 years. Of course, you're going to want to print with your 3D printer regularly, right? Have your students come up and just print. One thing we don't want to happen is that it's sitting out and never used. The longer that you go without using it, then the more issues that you can potentially have. So you want to use this regularly. Let your students come up and print the little buddy dogs and the benchies and the nuts and bolts. Let them have that opportunity because they want to get their hands on it as well. But as far as environmental impact is concerned, PLA is the friendliest filament to print with, and it is actually not a recyclable material. If you take PLA and you put it in if you were to take it to a recycling company, they would not take it. They would tell you to take it home and use it as compost. So there you have it for your environmentally friendly filament, just a little FYI, and that's something good for your students to know as well. And then once again, you can show this video. Okay, Miss Robin, I am about to pass this baton to you. Are you ready for me? Yes. Okay, so the last thing, and we do finish with a reflection here, I am going to make one statement before I pass it over to Miss Robin, and that is we have an optional ending here. This is the ending that we have chosen because it's gotten us through all of the steps of the product design process. But we also had a whole bunch of information about the 4 industrial revolutions. And I was telling Robin whenever this came about, I felt very uneducated because I was like, the 4th industrial revolution, huh? How about that? I missed the 2nd, the 3rd, and I didn't even know we were in the 4th. So it was a whole eye-opening experience for me. And I did not ask that question aloud. I did Google it in private, so that way I did not look like a fool. But the whole mindset is that we are actually part of the 4th Industrial Revolution, and this is something that if we do not include it in this kit, that we will be including in some of the remaining kits because it's just such vital information. All right, Ms. Robin, they're all yours. I will show the video if you want me to. Okay, so we've got a really quick video here for you guys to watch so that way you can learn a little bit more about the 4th Industrial Revolution.
History class taught us about the Industrial Revolution, when steam power changed how things were manufactured. But there hasn't been just one industrial revolution. The manufacturing industry has reinvented itself many times. The first industrial revolution is the familiar one. Beginning in the late 18th century, manufacturers used steam engines and hydraulic power in factories to make production more efficient. The second revolution began in the late 19th century, when electricity and assembly lines made mass production possible. The third took off in the 60s, when advances in computing enabled us to program machines and networks. Today, we're at the beginning of a 4th industrial revolution. Industry 4.0 is about connecting the digital and physical worlds. Today, most manufacturers' key assets are a part of the physical world. The workers, machines, tools, and inventories that drive both the production process and the end product that customers use every day. But emerging technologies allow manufacturers to use data produced by these physical assets to drive insights based on data. These technologies will enable the construction of new solutions to some of the oldest and toughest challenges manufacturers face in growing and operating their businesses. Eliminating unplanned downtime in the factory. Ensuring you never start work on the production floor that can't be finished with the material, labor, and machines you have on hand. Tripling the leverage you get from costly support labor and specialized tech talent. Changing the dynamics of your channel and creating new sources of revenue. Enabling your products to sell services for you. Growing your data business as big as your product business. Using customer and channel connectivity to achieve unprecedented levels of customer service. And the changes for the industry as a whole will be even broader, as broad as we've seen in past revolutions. Industry 4.0 will change the basis of competition, alter how manufacturers win customers, shake up the structure of the manufacturing industry, and give you the opportunity to make history.
That, boys and girls, are why we're here. Because we have to get our kids prepared for this. All right, so I'm going to end. I have it looks like a lot of notes. It really is not. And so hopefully we can get you out of here a few minutes early. So the first thing I want to go over, these REM wipes, the oil wipes that we have, they have a lot of oil in them. Okay, so after I wiped everything down today myself, my suggestion would be maybe one person does it so you do not have oil all over your classroom. So we might have to modify that a little bit. And I'm sure Mr. Earl's going to try to help us work with Starrett to see if we can get some that doesn't contain so much oil, because you're going to have a mess. So we're going to work on that. Use what you have for the pilot program, and then we'll reevaluate those for the full program. All right. When you get back to school, when you start implementing this, what's the first thing you're going to do before you talk about anything with these kids? Oh my gosh, y'all got it. Good. So make sure you do that survey. The links are in 2 places there on the site. Have that. And then you can show them the orientation video. After that, you're unleashed. Teachers, let's see, here's a lot for you. We will be sending on Monday a certificate of completion, and it will have 24 hours of training, so you can use that for your professional development. So make sure you watch your emails. We'll be sending that out to you. And at this time, I'm going to ask Kelly to come up. We're going to talk about kit distribution in just a second. Those of you in Ohio, Oregon, and California, we've already communicated to you. Either you have them or they're on their way. And so Kelly's going to share for here in Mobile and Baldwin counties. Is there anything?
Just be careful. Is it on?
Yes.
The
Gotta go under.
the handles. Oh wow, wow. There are handles on the boxes that you're going to be receiving. Just be careful as you're picking those up. Some of the boxes are heavy, so I don't want them to break and your tools to go. Of course, your tools are in little white boxes that are labeled, so that will help keep you organized. Some of you will be receiving, for the Wright Brothers flyer, big foam trays like this. You get 30 of those, so we gave you a few extra. And then some of you are getting 60 of these. So just to, I know at your school, I'm not sure what's in your boxes if you got the 30 or 60. And then there are only very few missing parts. Earl, Jeff did a great job getting us all of what we needed. We're short just a few. And Barbara and Mark, y'all know what you're missing. So I think that's it.
All right, and so distribution is going to take place in just a few minutes in the room next door. So Kelly will have all that organized. We'll open the big door. And Hummingbird, who's our marketing company, we have to make sure we have to wait for them to get here before we dismiss y'all, because they want to take some really cool pictures of y'all carrying everything out and loading your vehicles. So if they're not here when we're ready to dismiss, what we'll do is let y'all go explore the exhibit gallery for a few minutes, grab another cup of coffee, and then when they're here, then we can dismiss everyone at that time. Kelly is going to pass something out right now. I'll go over that in just a moment, but if you go ahead, please do not lose that. All right, several of y'all have asked, when do you return your tools? And then I got really tickled because you all asked for this, not as much us. Y'all wanted to get back together and have a debriefing meeting of how all of this went. And so since we're a family, we nicknamed it already as a family reunion, and y'all all wanted that. So we will set up a family reunion probably in April sometime, recognizing that some of you may not be totally finished with the program, but that we can have some additional feedback. So we'll set something up as a family reunion as well. Email communication, y'all have our contacts. We'll be sending out another email to reinforce that. Just like we listed on day one, we have WBIB at FlightWorks Alabama, but specifically for you all, we need photos of what's happening in your classes. You will send those to WBIB Photos at FlightWorks Alabama. And then anything dealing directly with the program, so any surveys or anything that we're going to be asking you as teachers, there is a WBIB Teachers strictly for you pilot programs teachers as well. So again, we will list all of that and send that out to you. There is a press release going out today, and guess who is in the spotlight of that press release? You and your schools. Okay, so make sure you look for that and make sure you share that within your communities as well. We want to make sure to put you all in the spotlight. I think they probably sent it out to all the media in the area, and so just be watching for that. If we get more additional information, and when Hummingbird comes, we can actually ask that as well. And then that's not just local, so for our Ohio, Oregon, and California schools, press releases have also been distributed, and so they'll be coming your way as well. Teacher surveys, University of West Alabama has our big pre and post, so when you get finished with this, we'll have the post survey link up on the website. And we will need you to complete that. We also may do just a little in-house one, and we'll try to get that to you on Monday, just giving us some feedback on how we can do professional development better. And so we appreciate the good, the bad, and the ugly. We need that in order to grow. So if you'll share some comments with us on that as well. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay, press releases will go out on Monday then for you all, and then Amazon will be working with us on the press releases for the distance schools. Excellent, thank you, Kelly. All right, we're going to be communicating also with you the best way to provide feedback, and what this means is as you're progressing through the weeks, and so Sarah and I were talking about it, I think we're going to set up like a Q&A. And so that way we can have a running list, because you may have a question that somebody else has already asked and how we solved it. And so be watching for that. We're going to be coming up with some type of a platform and also a platform for differentiation strategies, especially for our online learners. Because our distance schools, a lot of them have been asking, and I know a lot of you have been sharing ideas. So we want, again, a platform that y'all can network and share ideas in addition to us and UWA helping with that as well. Remember to continue recognizing our sponsors. Who are they? And who's sitting in the back? Okay. All right, in y'all's contract with us, you are allowed to use the We Build It Better logo for anything associated with this program. So if it's something that you want to use within school or anything, you're allowed to use it. We will put it also, I put it on Sarah's list for us to put the logo in the resources as well. So you will have that to use it, but as long as you're in the program and during the program, you are allowed to use the logo. We have a course code that is literally hot off the presses from Montgomery. And so that's what Kelly just passed out. That is for the 2021-2022 school year. So hopefully everyone will be integrating this into your schools. Danielle in the back already has all the information. We've shared it with Mobile County. We're sharing it with Baldwin County as well. And so this is, everything's in the work. Yes, ma'am. Yes, so it is a career tech pathway, and that frees up Perkins funds for y'all as well at your schools. So it has been declared that, and it will be in Schoology next week, is it? Whatever the date was on there. Okay, so it will be this coming year. Like right now? Oh, I think the pilot program, it's in the schools. Do you need, Danielle? They don't need anything for this year, right? No, you're good now. So this is for the full program, okay? With that said, let me see. I think I had some things out of order here. I do. I think it's on the next page. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a second. Social media, we do have a We Build It Better page and a FlightWorks Alabama page. So if we're sitting here for a few minutes before Hummingbird gets here, if y'all can go on there and like that and follow us, and then share things throughout the program as well. So make sure that you get on social media and promote this. In the back, we have Miss Danielle Booth of Mobile County School System, and she's been hanging out with us off and on all week. So Danielle, thank you. And then we want to recognize Mr. Earl Bailey. We're very honored to have him here, and I will tell you why. He travels all over the U.S., and we had him for 3 days, okay? So usually when he comes in, it's a day, and that's it. He has hung out with us for 3 days. And so for y'all to have him in the back of the room and his expertise, we are very honored, and thank you, Earl, for coming and joining us. All right, next page. Let's see. We want to, there's tours of Airbus, and I'm supposed to let Barbara know that the Saraland Assistant Superintendent and Career Tech person has already booked their tickets. So on Saturday, January 23rd, we're only running tours of Airbus about once a month, and we have 4 tours on those Saturdays. So 9 o'clock, 10:30, 12 o'clock, and 1:30. I know the 9 o'clock one has been booked up already. They book up really, really quick. So if any of you want to come, bring your families, promote it within your students and stuff, you need to get on the horn and make that happen really quick. But you book them online on flightworksalabama.com is where you would book your tickets. And so we want to make sure that you recognize that opportunity. Next week, we will have multiple Zoom calls about We Build It Better with school systems. And Michelle wanted me to share with you that this on the Zoom calls is for various purposes. One, to showcase the pilot program, so we're going to recognize y'all. We're going to promote the program in its entirety and about how to integrate it into the schools for this coming year. If any of you want to join us on any of the Zoom calls, let us know and we will send you the link. So we're going to have them Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at all various times. So if it's something that you're interested, let us know and we'll send you the link. We have field trips here at FlightWorks. Now I know it's COVID, but I know things are opening up for some school systems, and we were able to get some school systems in here a few weeks ago for some trips. And Mobile, the City of Mobile, Mobile County, and Baldwin County are all partners of FlightWorks Alabama. And for their partnerships, we have agreed that all 7th grade classes can come here for a field trip for free. So I asked Michelle, I said, okay, now this is going to be involving the 8th grade, and a lot of you have asked, can you bring your 8th graders here as a little perk? When they finish, we build it better. So as long as within your school, y'all discuss that you're going to bring 8th grade students instead of 7th grade and communicate it with us, bring them on, okay? Now you do need to coordinate it with Sarah because she'll organize all the field trips. To make sure that we can socially distance and so we're not overrun with a whole bunch of students in here one day and that we keep our numbers down. But you do get to come for free. You're Mobile County. Oh, if it's just y'all are fine. And just as long as you communicate that with us. Yeah, so the question was different grade levels. As long as you communicate it and Sarah will help keep track of all of that, you're good. Yes, sir. So we can do it different. So the question was, how many students can you bring? How many do you want to bring at one time? I think that's... Yeah, Danielle, what are in Mobile County, what are y'all allowing right now? Are there any field trips at all? I didn't think so. Okay.
No field trips at all. And I will say when the groups have been coming, I'm just going to jump in here real quick. We have had several virtual schools that have actually said, hey, we want to bring students in. They've either brought them in shifts of 30 people at a time, and we've done different intervals of time, or we had one school that brought in 3 groups on 3 different days. So they had a certain number, they had 30 kids here on a Monday, then they brought another crew on a Tuesday because they were in a rotation schedule for the end of the year. So it worked out nicely for them. So if you'll just send me an email, give me a call, any of those things, then we'll set it up as best we can.
Yeah. That's it. 18 seats. If you want them, you better get there. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Kelly, can you make it on a note? Maybe that's something that we can get even Hummingbird to help us with.
And so online real quick, just to kind of catch you up, the question is can we get an email out with some of these details? Because, of course, I'm sure you guys online are just as brain tired as we are here in the room. So we are going to compose this in an email with all of these little details and then possibly even include some parent letters for you guys so that way we can get this information out. And we'll be talking with our marketing team to do that.
Exactly. All right. Recognizing the staff here at FlightWorks and the team here at FlightWorks Alabama. So when y'all leave, make sure as you go down the hall, anyone you see with a blue shirt, make sure you thank them. They put together lunches for us. They put together these books for us. They provided the space. They made sure that everything was nice and warm and welcoming for everyone, and they did a really great job. And even our part-time staff, they cut out the airplanes, they cut the strings, and so they really did help with a seamless professional development. So please thank anyone with a blue shirt. All right, any questions that y'all have? Mr. Earl.
I tell you what, I texted Robin and Kelly this week, and I told them, I was like, there are no other women in this world I'd rather do this with. They have been, they're just a phenomenal group to work with. And you guys also, thank you for being willing to open up your classrooms to us. And like I said, whenever you guys were introducing yourselves at the beginning, and I just heard the different series of things that you've done, and you bunch of daredevil people have come on board with us, I can't tell you how exciting it is to be working with true professionals. I mean, you guys have the experience, you have the knowledge, and you're going to be part of what makes this so successful.
Excellent. All right, so I have one more ending, but any questions from you all?
With the 3D printers, if you will open them, inspect them, put them together, maybe this weekend, let us know if there are any broken or missing parts or anything like that. But there has been some issues with the transporting of them. So if you can do that quickly and let me know, that'd be great.
We will be working on getting those replacement parts, and of course, not all of you will have the 3D printers to put together, but those of you that do, if you could do that for us, that would be great. Can I add just a real quick, teeny tiny thing? I did not mention anything about Thingiverse or any of those things that might be accessible to you. It's in the documentation, so it's in the resources file on how to set up an account, how to go through. If you will really go through the instructor's manual and those resources, anything that we might not have had time to cover in class, you can be able to find a resource. And if not, shoot me an email and say, hey, I need you to create a video of this. And that was the last thing that I was going to say. You guys had those Post-it notes. And if there's even anything that you've thought of while we've gone through this, if you'll stick that Post-it note on that whiteboard on your way out, it'd be much appreciated. Oh, Alex is a new teacher. All right.
Alex.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate you.
And we did forget to recognize Sarah's had a team working with her nonstop. And so I
absolutely.
think they're watching. So we need a shout out to Melissa and Ann and Judy
Yes.
also.
They have been the magic behind the scenes for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
All right, any other questions before and don't go yet. I have to end.
I had to get up earlier. Goodness.
All right, so I want to end it on just a couple things. And so we started this with a pep talk. I want to end this with a pep talk for y'all as well. Are you a SME or a SME in 3? That's your goal. Are you all daredevils?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to have fun and are your students going to have fun?
Yes.
All right. And are you going to work as a team?
Someone said no. Oh.
All right. So as I was sitting there watching Sarah, I looked at the cart and I said, the cart says it all. What's the first word? It's not me. It's not you. It's not Kelly. It's not Sarah.
That's right.
It's all for the kids. And what are we going to do? We're going to build it to get better, build it together better. So, but every time that you see this, I want you to think that we're in this as a team.
That's right.
And so we want that word we to stand out. And so that y'all raised your hands, y'all volunteered to do this, and we can't thank you enough. And when and Mr. Jeff Law left, but he kept saying it's a pilot program. It's a pilot program. Remember that. And we want your input because it is a we. It is not us. And so y'all are just as much of this development that we are as well. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And we're going to be in constant communication. It is a family, and we will have a family reunion at
We're
the end.
excited to come visit your classroom.
Yes. And
Please.
we have Mr. John, who's the photographer for Hummingbird.
Yes, it's time.
And so he's probably going to be coming with us. So, Mr. John, here's your teachers and your schools. And then all of our online schools are going to be sending us photos for Mr. John to use as well. So we're excited about that. But we need pictures and we need stories as well. Excellent.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you to our online
All right, guys,
community.
we can't do a high five to everybody up there. We can't do high five here because of COVID. So high five to everybody. Remember, we build it better together. All right, go get your boxes. Go home. Enjoy the weekend.
Yes, thank you, guys.